We're talking about today, as you can see where I'm located, in the Impact Theory Studios, live from California, sunny West Hollywood, maybe? I don't know where they have a... We were just talking about this off camera, but anyone who watches Selling Sunset will be familiar with where Impact Theory headquarters is. It was, if you watch season 1, where, and I can bring it up here, I'll just show you. Season 1, when they're trying to sell that house, if you are familiar with the show, they're trying to sell this like $40 million house that's being built on like the side of a mountain. And they're like trying to find a client because it's a really big deal. It's a big sale. And guess who ended up purchasing it in the end? I'll show you the property.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
This
I
is
don't
the
know what to think. This is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, it was a $40 million home. He ended up purchasing it for $35 million, or the couple themselves, I suppose, did. But you've seen, it's so funny because I was watching the show with Steven, and we're late to the game. Like, you know, Selling Sunset's been on for like, I don't know, at least like 5 seasons, and we just started it. And here's the house. We just started watching it, and I looked at it, and I'm like, that house looks so familiar. And I'm like, it looks like, because they were showing renderings. It wasn't even the actual house. And I'm like, that looks like Tom Bilyeu's house. And then I'm like, no way. And I looked it up, and it was. I was like, how the fuck? Like, I've watched way too many of these videos to be able to now decide, like, you know, that countertop looks like Tom Bilyeu's countertop. But I was correct, and that's his house. Wait, I'm talking to myself. Hold on. I'm in both cameras here. There you are.
Yeah, I can see there's two of you on the screen.
That's my true intentions, is just to make the show two of me.
Nice.
This is ironically the place where Lisa and Tom give us plebes advice from the side of their $40 million mansion. They will tell us how to upgrade our dreams. Which I guess
love that.
Some people are inspired by that, but I find it to be very Marie Antoinette of them, perhaps.
Yeah. It's lovely. And I also always wondered when I see these messages, are they actually written on that, or do they just go with like a blank thing and then they write in Canva or in Photoshop? Because I just can't imagine them in all these locations with an actual text.
Good question. I wonder that myself as well. I think it's a mix. I think sometimes they do write it and sometimes it's fake. And I'll show you. She's like, her and Tom are the queen of these signs. They're like, this I think they made, like they wrote it. I don't know what this means. Play Tupac, play it. Fuck off loud. That's a great quote. Okay.
Yeah, I tell you.
It's very
The grammar in that is a little...
It's a little something. Okay, here's another sign. This is, yeah, I think so. She's actually and I have some pictures we'll show at some point. She's a very talented, like, pencil artist. She actually is like extremely talented, yet she never talks about this. There's a few, I'd search and scour the internet to find some examples of her work, which I think is kind of like probably one of her biggest assets comparatively to what she actually talks about as like her, you know, talents and stuff. It's weird, but
what do you mean I thought you're being sarcastic.
No, she actually is. I'll show you. Personally, I'm no, you know, art critic, but I think they're very good. Like, I guess like I could never do it, so I feel like, wow, amazing. But okay, alrighty, ready? Okay, so that's a picture that she drew with pencil.
Oh wow! Okay, wow.
Right?
Yeah, that's very, very cool. Maybe this is why Tom thinks that they can rival Disney.
But it's funny because I don't think she does any of the artwork. They hire people, because I looked, I was like, oh, maybe she does the art, but I don't think so. I think it's somebody else that does it. Like that's her, you know, that's her kind of 2 different styles that she's done. But like, I was very, very impressed. I was like, she's got some real skill.
What do you mean she doesn't do the art? Which art?
Well, so I guess yeah. I guess I should explain what the hell I'm talking about. So the company that Tom and Lisa currently run is called Impact Theory, which is the YouTube channel as like the main crux of it, like the studio where I'm at. We've used their videos from Impact Theory a ton on my channel, I think probably your channel too, and definitely on this channel we've pulled from clips because all of the self-help gurus go on there when they're hawking their products. But in addition to that, they also do other projects. They have, they mostly Tom, they're getting, but also Lisa too, are getting into NFTs. A lot of NFT talk, a lot of that's growing on their company. They had a comic book series with Steve Aoki, and I'm pretty sure she had no part in the art of that at all. So it's sort of surprising because they do a lot of art projects, and I can show that too. Hold on. Stand by. That's just 2 examples of her. And let me show you 2 more. Because I think it is, if we're going to girl boss, we're going to talk about girl bosses, we should actually show some girl boss art.
Nice.
Another one. And
This is
let's see.
this is like too nice.
I know. I was like, is this real? She drew her grandparents, and I was like, that's a picture. But then sometimes I've seen like on Instagram that people do these art projects and they look so realistic that they're just so talented. Okay, that was 2 more. Okay, last one. For some reason, the preview has mixed it up. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay. Stand by. I got one more to show you. Okay. That's her grandparents. She like drew them.
Oh wow. That is
Right?
very good. Okay,
Right?
this is what like yeah, she needs to show this more. This is
Yeah.
very good.
This is like buried. I'm telling you, this is like hidden underneath like stupid posts of like have sex with your boyfriend posts constantly, like advice, like we were just looking at on the Instagram, which, you know, has its place, I suppose. Like I'm just against that type of material at this point, but you know, it doesn't mean they're all horrible. But this, I think, is much more showing off of her unique abilities and skills and like is proof that she knows what she's doing artistically.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I
But I wonder
digress.
why I wonder if this has something to do with artists not being valued in society in general. Um,
Probably.
or it sounds odd that, you know, she's constantly in the eye of the media, but this is not like a thing
Really
she
brought
mentions
up.
often.
Well, and we can talk about this a little bit because I think it all ties in together. So, and you know, this specific episode, I think, is going to be focused on Lisa specifically. But you can't really talk about Lisa without talking about Tom because they really are the power couple, the duo. You know, Tom, I think, could exist without Lisa's input, but Lisa, I don't think could exist without Tom's input. And I don't mean that in like a misogynistic way, like women just are useless without men. But in terms of the company, in terms of her story of success, it heavily revolves around Tom, every part of it. And we can kind of talk about that. But this is Impact Theory. This is like the company that they both left Quest for. And Quest is the nutrition bar, protein bar company that Tom was a founding member of. He's one of 3 men who decided to leave a tech career into creating this nutritional bar company. They were there for about 5 years, I believe, and exited in 2016. And the company at the time was like almost valued at $1 billion. So that's how Tom's rich and Lisa's rich.
Right. Yeah.
So that's kind of
I
the where the money comes from.
I heard about the fact that he was working in this really like entry level job or something in tech before, and they were so competitive. And this is something that is very important, you guys. It was repeated multiple times in multiple interviews. It
Yes.
was so competitive. They even competed on who pees faster so that they can run back to work more.
Yes. Yeah, that seems to be that's more of a reflection on Tom, but Lisa too. They both have the hustle hard mentality, like hustle so hard, your dreams will only come true if you work hard, and very similar to the Rachel, I see someone said Rachel and Dave dynamic for sure. Except reverse roles, because in the Rachel and Dave dynamic, Rachel was the ambitious girl boss. Now this one, and Dave was the supporting role, and now this is the reverse gender situation where Tom is the one that's like super go-getter, and then Lisa's the supporting role, along for the ride, but she's not really doing it on her own. She's sort of like, well, she literally says she's helping him and helped him she was a stay-at-home wife for 8 years before becoming a part of Quest after Tom decided to start it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to sound like a total bitch, but I don't find that to be an inspirational story. I just don't. I'm sorry.
It's not. You don't have to apologize for that one.
Like, I mean, it's impressive that the company grew and became so successful, and I'm glad she's a part of it. And they seem to be, a fairly positive couple or supportive of each other. But she acts like, and we'll listen to the story in a video in a minute. But they tell the story as if like she gave up her life to take a chance on Quest. It's like, what were you doing all day? Cooking for Tom? Like, who cares? Like, you abandon that and go work. Why not? I don't know.
Yeah. This is a typical reframe in self-help where everything you do is thanks to either one thing, or when when you don't have something, you just gave it up all anyway. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know.
There
I'm sure that this is a maybe feels like a lot in the sense that, she now has to do something, or she then had to do something. So it's a lot when you had nothing to do before. But
yeah.
I don't know exactly. It's just, you know.
I'll just say she's a good speaker now, I think, fairly good. She's for the story that she has to tell, she makes it sound fairly interesting, but then when you actually peel back the layers, it is a pretty non-inspirational story in my opinion. Even their love story is super cringe, and the way that they tell it, like several times I physically was like, ugh, like making noises alone by myself, just like, ugh. Like they talk about their sex life, like kind of openly, sort of, which, I guess it's okay. But in the context of like why you're successful professionally, and we're talking about Tom writing with lipstick a poem on her body, I'm just like, okay. I don't know.
Oh God. Okay.
They crossed the line a couple times. I'm just like, yuck.
So
So,
maybe they want to be like a bit more edgy than Rach and Dave.
yes, I
Since
think
they
so.
don't have kids, and it's obviously they're edgy and millennial, trying to
Yes.
at least appeal to millennials. I don't know. They're
Yeah.
not. I guess they're trying to. I think the thing that you were saying earlier with her just essentially being a stay-at-home wife, but then starting to work for Quest, just kind of sounds more like any nepotism story that you've ever heard.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was a millionaire, and so I have a little company or something type thing. My husband did this, so I'm now a female empowerment entrepreneur. I don't
Exactly.
know.
Yeah, 100%. And, I looked to, and I started going through the LinkedIn and stuff. I started to dig a little beneath the surface. And at least one of Tom's relatives also had a fairly high role at Quest. And Lisa's brother also had a role at Quest. So interesting that family seemed to be kind of part of, oh, I have this company now, come be a part of it, as opposed to, we're going to hire the most qualified people. We're going to hire, family members and wives and that sort of thing. So, cool that they're able to support the family that way, but not necessarily like, again, oh, they deserve like the accolade. Like they tell the story as if it's like a rags to riches type of situation. It's not. In reality, to me, it's more fluff than anything.
Yeah, I don't really know what Tom's situation was before, but I don't think it was very rags to riches. I never really saw him like that. But also, I never really bought the company valuation. I just don't. I don't know.
For
I
Quest, you
guess
mean?
it's the kind of thing. Yeah, for Quest, I guess
Mm-hmm.
it's the kind of thing that I would want to kind of information I would want to verify and fact check multiple times because I just feel like
Yeah.
even and I know um it's like not not the highest valued company in the world or anything, but I feel like it's a very high value for what it is, for
Protein
not
shakes.
ever having heard of it until I came across this podcast. It just kind of seems like the podcast should be high, like in
Yeah.
evaluation. The podcast is probably more famous than this. So I don't know.
Well, it's important to note that, and it's funny because, and I'll show you exactly why it's confusing. So just for the record, Tom started the company back in like 2000, what did I say, 2010? Let me see. Actually, it tells us right here. Let me see. Let's go to our story. And this is also a point of contention too, because if you were to listen to Tom and Lisa, they were the founders. They did all the work in the kitchen, on the floor, making sales and shipping stuff. But according to Quest's website, in 2010, the first Quest protein bar is created in Ron and Shannon's personal kitchen, who are the married couple who's I said the three men. It was Tom, Ron, and I think his name's Mike. And now they're claiming that it was actually Ron and Shannon who started the company in their kitchen. So there's a lot of discrepancy as to the quest and how it happened. In terms of...
Yeah, it's like a blatant lie. This is I never heard about the fact that this came from Ron and Shannon. I only heard that Tom made it happen himself, and they worked so hard, and like, you know, the typical we give credit to no one type situation. I wonder how Ron and Shannon feel about it.
I have a prediction, and it's totally based on my own belief and no fact whatsoever, but I have a feeling that they all hate each other. And I have a feeling that, and I kind of did some extra research because I figured we'll talk about Tom at some point on his own episode. But I did some research because he left in 2016, and in 2016 is when the company was like at its peak. And I found it odd that he would leave. And of course, if he left, Lisa's going to leave. Like that was they're a package deal. I don't think she was going to stay at Quest without his presence there. But it almost feels like he got pushed out because I read a bunch of Glassdoor reviews, and a lot of the people said they left because they were sick of the self-help bullshit that Tom was shoving down their throats, and that he didn't know what he was talking about, and it was all fluff, and they needed like better hours, 401k matching, and Tom's like, how about you inspire yourself by watching me interview self-help gurus? So
Wow.
now that's just
Why don't
me.
you eat some of this inspiration? You don't need food.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
There's
Yikes.
also, I don't know if you saw my Instagram story, but there's this whole side tangent story about this music video that apparently like Quest made with this influencer slash singer slash YouTuber back in like 2015. And I think this might have been Tom's downfall because Lisa was like part of the crew that helped get it done. And it's been like wiped from the internet. And a lot of people talked about it in their reviews on Glassdoor and said, like, why are we spending so much money on making stupid music videos when like our employees aren't getting paid on time? And so there's a lot of intrigue and mystery surrounding the actual story of what happened.
We don't deserve to know the actual story. That's not going to inspire anyone. That'll be just like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe Tom and Lisa allegedly stole Ron and Shonda's company. That's not very inspirational. That doesn't, doesn't sit right in a self-help book.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and in regards to Quest's valuation, I tend to believe that it could be true because, at least in the United States, Quest bars are everywhere. Every gas station, every Walmart, every Target has them at the front, by the door, by the cash register. And I haven't obviously gone to every single gas station in America, but every time I go into one, they're there. And they got bought by a bigger conglomerate food company, and they paid like $900 million to acquire them. So I think the valuation probably is accurate. And because of Tom's payout of like multi millions, I tend to believe that, I don't know why. That's kind of the mystery, is how and why this blew up like it did. But I think they, they got bought by like the Atkins people, I believe. So now they're part of like that family of protein.
Why would they sell such an inspirational, amazing company if they were so capable that they grew it from nothing, just like wrapping bars themselves? Can you imagine getting such a big company just by wrapping your own protein bars and making them in your own kitchen and then selling it?
Yeah, it seems
Just
odd,
like, I
right?
don't know. I feel like I would hold on to that company for the rest of my life if I'm that good, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, like I said, Tom left on his own from the company right around the time when, all these talks about selling were happening and whatnot, I believe. So, I think Tom, okay, let me just get into this part of the story. So this is now going back into Tom, but this is what he created at Quest. You see this studio right here? It's called Inside Quest with Tom Bilyeu. And while he was the president, I believe, of Quest at the time, so he was becoming this face of the company. And he was bringing on, like, this is Simon Sinek, a self-help dude, personal development guy, and would interview him, but it was in his role at Quest. So he was trying to boost Quest's, like, marketing by interviewing these people, but it comes off to me like Tom was trying to boost his own personnel brand, his personality, by doing this. This is what he's interested in. And he's just using Quest as like the medium to get them in the door and say, oh, we'll pay you, or we'll give you exposure or whatever. And then he left and then created Impact Theory, which, wait, no, that's wrong. Hold on. Impact Theory, which is like literally the same branding, the same colors, the same everything. Now, this is their comic specifically, but if you look at the set, it's like the same thing.
It's the same set. Yeah.
Literally. Like exactly the same.
Why is that face there? Sorry.
Yeah,
Every time I see Mark Zuckerberg, I just like, oh, I don't know what's happened to me. I feel like aliens have just invaded.
He looks like he's got a spacesuit on. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But he basically remade the entire, so that's the old set. This is the new set. Very freaking similar.
yeah, they just redecorated a little bit and they changed the logo. But I don't see. I started watching Inside Quest, and then it was just one of those situations when you're like looking for something, and I was looking for whatever Inside Quest, and it was coming up with Inside Theory, And then I realized he even changed that. His YouTube channel is now Tom Bilyeu.
Which I find surprising and interesting because Lisa is such a large part, or so they claim, of impact theory. Yeah, why would they change the YouTube to Tom Bilyeu? I also question that. Like, what's the theory behind that? What's the impact theory behind that change?
What's the impact theory behind changing from Inside Quest to impact theory?
Well, when they left, they left Quest. So Quest is in the rear view in 2016. They start Impact Theory, so that's like owned by the Bilyeus. Quest was a company that, you know, is owned by shareholders and investors and much more traditional business style. The show was just a part of the marketing team. Now, Impact Theory is its own company with comic books. Now, like I said, the NFT thing they're really driving that home. It's like their next projects are going to be NFT Web3 based, whatever. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me, but I'm also not up on the trends, I guess. So now they have full ownership of this brand, which basically is YouTube channel, online courses, and whatever they decide to make in the future.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds to me like he did something or whatever that just didn't please the Quest people, to the point where the Quest people were like, this is not gonna work out. So can you just like change the logo and stuff? Because fuck this shit.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I think they were like, they were like, okay, Quest, we're done with your services. We don't need you, Tom, anymore. And so he left, but then just literally recreated the exact same concept with his own LLC or whatever, the S Corp. I don't know what they incorporated as. But yeah, I once Tom left, Inside Quest was gone. And that was just a brand that was part of the Quest. It wasn't even a brand. It was just like it was like a thing that they did at the company. So, yeah, I don't think that they found the marketing to be necessary, I guess, anymore.
Or worth it. Who knows? Maybe
Yeah.
they're like, why is so much money going into this idiocy of a thing that only Tom enjoys and we all hate here?
Yeah. Because I think, he was very much about, like, he still is self-help, personal development. And Quest is very much about healthy eating. They used to have a message. Their whole thing was like ending metabolic disease, which I guess,
right.
that was their mission at the company. They've sort of rolled that back and now are more like, we want to provide healthy options for people. That
What,
seems
the
much
FTC
more.
came after them? Or
Probably.
they're like,
Yeah.
hey, this thing about metabolic disease, what do you mean? Do you have
Yeah.
any metabolic disease in mind when you're writing this all over? Are
Yeah.
we thinking diabetes? Are we thinking, why are we ending here exactly?
All.
Um, yeah, all of it.
All the above.
Yeah, but it would have made a lot more sense if while doing Inside Quest, they would have had interviews with like nutrition. Is that a word, right?
Yeah.
Nutrition? No, nutritionists, and whatever, dietitians, doctors, people who actually can provide insight into food and nutrition and how to best use it, or something, or anything. And there's like millions of, I don't know if millions, maybe that's just wishful thinking, but there's podcasts on nutrition and things of the sort. So it's not like it's not a doable thing, but it sounds like
Yeah.
what Inside Quest was very much didn't relate to the business of Quest.
No, I don't think so. I think it was feeding Tom's ego. Tom likes to sound smart. He likes to sound like he's got all the answers and he's a guiding light. He reminds me of Gary Vee in a lot of ways. Because of their beginnings, where like Gary Vee got started in the wine business and grew his dad's wine business. But Tom, grew a protein bar. So they have some credibility in a space outside of self-help. But then immediately the second that they get the chance and they have some money to back them up, they go right into like, I'm going to teach you how to live your life. And that's what they really thrive on, is that, you know, adoration from people. Like, thank you. Oh, I needed this advice over my life. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh my God, it's such a like narcissistic thing to be like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm here helping all of you know, all of you, the plebe or whatever.
The plebal.
The people, you poor people, listen to me. I made and like that. There's something really, really off-putting, and I'm not even just talking about self-help. There's something really off-putting when somebody starts, and this is a maybe just the thing that I despise, but anytime like a video starts with like, so listen to me because I made it and I'm so rich now and I was so poor once, or uh I am a coach of coaches, or you know,
Yeah.
I'm a dating coach and here's my advice for like, I just every time somebody starts with like I'm an expert of sorts, I'm like, they're not an expert, and I just scroll past because like I feel like most people who are actually experts don't just start every video by being like, I'm an expert, I'm a coach, I'm a like, oh, you know, um it's a
Self-proclaimed.
pet peeve of mine.
No, I agree. What about starting a video with, hey, homie? Thoughts?
Do we all live in that 40 million villa, or
Hey, homie.
'cause I
Yeah.
would love to have, I would like to rent out a room,
Yeah. Yeah. And the layer.
and then we can call ourselves homies.
Yes. Okay. So you're not a fan, is what you're saying. We were just
Yes.
about to listen to Lisa Bilyeu explain, talk about her new book called Radical Confidence. She's been doing the circuit of self-help promotions on talking to Gabby Bernstein, Lewis Howes, Jay Shetty, Mel Robbins, you know, the crew, you know.
I love them all.
Yeah,
Big fan.
yeah, surprisingly not Rachel, but she did
No,
talk
of
to
course
Dave
not.
Hollis, which,
Well, Rachel's canceled. We can't do that, you know.
yeah, of
Forget
course.
about women empowerment now, now that she's canceled.
Impact theory for women, unless they're canceled, then we switch to men.
Yeah.
Then we support their husbands.
What up, homie? I'm Lisa Bilyeu, author of Radical Confidence, and I want you to imagine something. Imagine a version of yourself in the future that is completely unstoppable. A version of yourself that feels fear, insecurity, and self-doubt, but fights for your goals, fights for your dreams, and freaking wins. I want you to imagine what you could achieve if you faced new, scary, and unfamiliar challenges and situations, and you were able to dive in and take freaking action, knowing that you have what it takes. I don't know what you would do with your life if you had that kind of personal power. Maybe you change careers, learn to sing, go hunting for the love of your life, or start a family. That kind of power is not something you're born with. You learn and develop it. That is what I'm going to teach you how to do when you read my book with the 10 no BS lessons on how to become the hero of your own life. Radical confidence is all about knowing how to achieve anything you set your mind to, even when you don't feel ready. I truly believe that radical confidence is needed now more than ever. So, on May 14th, I hosted an event called RadCon Live. That's right, guys. I brought together the world's most powerful women in business, fitness, relationship, personal development, money, and mental health teachers to teach you guys how to become radically confident in all areas of your life. And homie, I want to send you access to a free replay of this event as a special bonus for ordering a copy of my book, Radical Confidence. All the details on how you can get access are below this video.
That was the only cool part, is the end, how they did that. I thought that was cool from a video perspective.
Yeah, that was original.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah.
Why is she screaming at us like that? Why is she always so? I guess maybe that was the shock that I had when I heard her. She's so like impassioned.
Yeah. She's
how
radical.
else to describe it? She's very like in your face. It's like most people just chill, you know? Like most people just talk.
Yeah, well, she's radical, man. She's radical. She's Greek. I don't know if that is a stereotype of any kind, but she's part of a like the big Greek family, like my big fat Greek wedding. Like they seem to be kind of like we're all talking loudly. That's kind of my impression, and maybe that's the wrong way to think about it, but that was kind of my take on it. Is that oh,
I
okay?
thought she was from England, no?
Well, she lived in London, but she's from her family's from Cyprus. And her story, and she might talk about it in this video, I don't remember, but her story goes that her father, was born in a small village in Cyprus, so small that they had to use a donkey to give, like, her grandmother gave birth to her dad, like, on a donkey or something. I don't know. Something along those lines.
Doable? Can you
know.
give birth on another animal? I feel like you would at least get off the animal, be like, hold on, we need to get off the donkey.
Hold on, everybody.
Um,
Yeah, get off the jackass. Let's go have this baby. Something like that. So then the dad, when he became, of age to work, he worked so hard that he got the family out of Cyprus into London. Now he owns a very successful shipping company in London. That's their story. So that's like, she had a high level of living before she met Tom. So that was one of the requirements, that whoever she married would be, able to provide the lifestyle that she has been accustomed to.
yeah, I heard that before in a video where Tom apparently had to go through a trial of fire with her dad.
Yes.
Which, I like a protective dad, I guess. So that's okay. But one thing I just don't know about is this donkey story. Like
I might be butchering it literally, but it was something about basically to paint the picture of how poor the family was. But she, Lisa herself, she's got a brother and a sister. I don't believe they ever saw that level of small town living. They came along much after the father had success, is from what I understand. So she's kind of using his story of like the immigrant story coming to London and, I had $1 in my pocket type of thing to almost paint the picture of like, look at where my humble beginnings came from, the origin of my family story. And now look, I'm living in a $40 million home. She doesn't harp on it too much, but I think it's kind of like not applicable. Like, oh, my parents went through hell when they were 5, but by the time I was born, we were millionaires. It's like, so what? I mean, that's cool for the parents.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a very inspirational story for her dad. Like, and I would say, like, definitely there are generations, at least. I don't know exactly the political situation in Cyprus, but Cyprus is also on the eastern side. So I would assume, and people, please let me know if I'm totally off here, but I would assume they were also under the Soviet Union. So if that was the case, after the Second World War, it would be similar to what Romania was, and there would be that kind of level of poverty, because that's what that's what communism was.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
I would not like put it past that. And there were loads of people who once the Berlin Wall fell, and in '89, when essentially the capitalist type politics took over this side of Europe as well. There were a lot of people who succeeded in building a lot of very, very successful businesses, because the political climate was such that there were very few laws because it wasn't quite yet capitalist.
Yeah.
So there were no laws around that. So there was a lot of corruption that kind of made it so that a lot of people who were like using that timing even in Romania, there's plenty, and some are famous, some are politicians now who are very open about the fact that they managed to succeed through essentially scamming people just
Interesting.
after communism fell. So I would not be surprised. Those stories to me are
Right
they
time,
happen.
right place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a good example of how taking advice is difficult when you don't know all of the background. Like, was the fall of communism, right, happening when you had this idea and had the motivation and had the capital and had the opportunity? Okay, if you can replicate all of those factors, you may be successful if you take my advice. It's hard to know what everyone's personal story is as much. And when you hear these self-help origin stories, like, how did you get started? They only share what they actually want you to know. And I think a lot of times exaggerate the bad in a lot of cases. And, I think it's, again, why you should probably just rely on your own lived experience much more than listening to self-help gurus tell you bullshit about how to win friends and influence people, essentially.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of nuance there that I think, well, obviously I don't know her dad's situation, but
Sure.
I can promise you that her dad's, that's the thing that it would be so interesting. Like, why isn't her dad in an episode?
I don't
on
know.
Impact Theory? I want to hear, I want to hear from him, like he made it happen. It's like, come on, give us some, because that would be a real, but there's a reason he's not coming on. Because let's say,
they got divorced too. That probably is part of it. The parents got divorced. Her mom and dad got divorced. So I don't know if there's bad blood there or what, but that's also part of the story as well.
I don't know. I feel like it's the kind of story that maybe he doesn't want to tell on a public platform, because
Sure.
I don't know exactly what happened there, but I know that successful businesses don't just happen through inspirational quotes on Instagram.
What? Stop right there. Hold on. We need to make a new channel.
Second. I share memes every day and I'm not becoming successful. Something's gotta give.
Oh my gosh. Well, did you make 3,000 cold DMs about, joining the opportunity? Because that, I heard, was the key to success.
I've sent a bunch of fire signs, like on Instagram.
Hey, babe.
I send it all the time, and just no money has landed in my bank account.
You're not woman-festing enough.
Oh, damn it.
Work on
that's
it.
The
Positive.
virus thing. Women
Woman-fest. I'm claiming, I'm going to go trademark that immediately. And because I that needs to be my...
That would be your book.
Yeah, woman-festing. What I learned.
Magical womb-festation.
Yeah, womb-festing. That could be the follow-up. Like, if I ever have a child, like, woman-festing to womb-festing. My story of success.
No, I would buy that. And someone had the guts to put that on a cover, I would fucking buy it. I promise you that.
Okay, good. I'm going to make it. Woman-festing. My advice not to follow. And then I give the worst advice possible. And it's like all the advice you shouldn't take from self-help people. That'd be fun.
Yeah. I like the kind of stuff that requires just no effort. I want... I want to be successful like Jerry Seinfeld was successful, and just like make a thing about nothing, and that's just brilliant in my mind.
You should be a stay-at-home employee, but you actually don't have a job. You just stay at home.
Which I am.
Well, there you go. That's your origin story is already beginning. You're going to give up your life of luxury to eventually have a job. That is courageous.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, my husband better have a 40 million villa. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do. That's just not going to fly.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You can help him found the company. Okay, so I thought it was appropriate to, since we're talking, like I said, you have to bring up Tom to talk about Lisa, at least in the capacity of her business adventures or business ventures, and her entrepreneurial journey. So of course she came on the show Impact Theory to talk about her book. So I thought this is the perfect one to review and kind of analyze as we go. It's long, so we might not get through the whole thing, but you know, what a better platform than her own home. This is in their home. I'm almost 100% sure this is like a room in their house.
But that's okay because it's like their home is like a neighborhood. So you know,
Yeah, basically.
I think every other alley has a bunch of other rooms, so it's fine.
Guess how many saunas they have?
Do you think that they? Sorry, let me answer that one first. Saunas. Wait,
Like built in.
this will show you guys just the level of privilege we're dealing with here. I've only ever been in a sauna, like in the gym. So
yeah, same. I never had my own. My tragedy
I'm gonna
story.
guess they have one sauna. Well, no, they must have at least two because you said how many.
Yeah, 2. You're right, 2. They have 2 saunas.
Well, okay.
So
Maybe they can just charge the neighborhood to come use their sauna instead of going to the gym.
definitely, for sure. I mean, they do spend time in it. At least they use it as their studio and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Wealth is a weird thing, man. You never know who the heck's going to end up with this amount of money. It's such a weird and random thing sometimes. Anyways.
Yeah, it requires exploiting lots of people. So yeah.
Yeah, or like leaving the company in a lurch. You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of the guy from that one that failed but still around. WeWork.
Oh yeah, Adam.
Whatever.
I forget. Adam Bruman. One second.
We should do an episode on him because there's a lot of similarities and overlap too.
I bought the book. I have it in Glasgow. Damn it! Although I'm going to Glasgow next week, so maybe I can get it.
Nice.
Adam Newman.
Adam Newman. Okay, you can pick up your Jay Shetty book too while you're there.
Oh yes. I am desperate to read Jay's monk, which is monkey business.
How to monk. What was I gonna say? What was it we were talking about before that? Before Glasgow? I got excited. I don't know why. I'm like so really far from there. I'm like, oh, you're closer to me, like by 8 hours.
I don't know if I am though.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what routes they take in the sky because it's not quite, the
Straight shot.
True.
Yeah. Usually it's a New York connection. I don't know what the heck I was talking about. Who cares? Well, the connection between Adam Newman and Tom. Like, even though the company was like on the fritz with WeWork and they were knowingly going like into bankruptcy, basically, they still gave Adam like $1 billion golden parachute, basically to leave the company and like stop talking, essentially. And they gave him a big payout for failing, essentially, and lying and all that. And I'm not saying that's what Tom has done, but the way that they spoke about the business in such a non-business way. And Tom also, big red flag, is he said, Quest Nutrition is like a tech company. We're a tech company. It's like, bro, you make protein bars. Just get real. Not everything has to be a tech company. And same thing with Adam Newman with WeWork. He called their business a tech company. Literally, they were like a real estate holding company, like real estate office sales, like selling out, little spaces for offices. Like, that's what it is. Just accept that. It doesn't have to be world changing, market disrupting, like business idea, but they all want to be like Steve Jobs. And you can't. So they remind me of each other.
I think this has something to do with other stuff that is more insidious. Okay, so I don't know the laws in the States or whatever, but Silicon Valley is a big deal. And it probably gets a lot of write-offs. And even in Romania, IT companies, tech companies, actual tech companies get a different tax bracket.
Oh.
Because the country tries to incentivize people to start IT companies or whatever. They want to expand in that area. So in order to do that, in order to be attractive to investors, to people who start companies or whatever, in order to, if you want to start a company and you're thinking, where should I go? And then you see, oh, this country is giving me like
incentive.
I pay no tax until like, I don't know, 1 billion, then I guess, I'll go there
It's
or
like
something.
Ireland does that. A lot of tech companies went there.
Yeah, so I think that's why lots of them are framing their companies, even when they have nothing to do with tech, as tech companies, just so they can get a tax write-off. And I also think that's why they have it in their home, because that's another tax write-off on your home.
Yeah, this little 1 part of square footage is like not considered, or is considered their office. Yeah, I think too, in addition to the taxes, is the investment. Investors want this new stuff. They want to get on the ground floor of the next Amazon, as opposed to investing in a real estate company. Sounds boring. Or investing in a protein bar company sounds boring. But a tech company, ooh, so exciting. Oh, you have new innovations. Wow, amazing. And I worked for a startup that called themselves a tech company, and it was a media company. And it was like, no one wants to invest in media right now because it's hard and it's not sustainable and it's expensive to run a media company. So they just call it tech. Like, oh, we use tech. It's like, yeah, we use a computer to post onto WordPress, but that's about it. Like, I don't know. I find the whole startup industry pretty shady, and I didn't know that until I was in it myself. And now I'm like, I understand why a lot of them fail, because a lot of them lie.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there's a reason why they choose tech rather than something else, because
Yeah.
I guess you could call it anything. But the one thing I'm always curious, and this is something more of a personal gripe I have with it, how do you, when people are asking you, like, so you say, I have a tech company, and then people are asking you, and you say, I make Quest nutrition bars.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, so you make food? How does that qualify as tech? And what do you say in that moment? Because I've never even been able to be like in an interview like I had today and just like try to repackage my experience so that it sounds more like what they're offering or what they're needing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even able to do that. They immediately are like, oh, so you didn't do this. You did films. And I'm like, yeah.
That's mistake number one. You're gonna say, what is a film? What really does film mean these days? Isn't it all just media? Aren't we all just marketing at
Film
all
requires
times?
tech to be made. I require a camera that is tech. I'll have you know.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's a problem, and I don't know where the solution is or where the problem comes from necessarily, but yeah, it's like a bro thing to just call your company a tech company. So just wanted to add that little factoid.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes.
I
Okay.
want to look more into that. If I ever start a tech company in 2 months or in 2 weeks, you guys should know I looked into this, and turns out it's a profitable idea. So
Yeah. I'm going to make a lemonade stand and be like, tech company. And see how many people buy into it. Like, you just squeeze lemons.
We discussed the IT of lemon squeezing into
Yeah.
water.
Lemonade is more of a concept, okay? So it's an experience. We're in the experience economy. And I'm going to give you a punch card that you can also take a picture of on your phone. And that is technically tech related. So therefore,
And then you're going to analyze it.
Yeah,
you have,
data.
Data analysis.
Big data. Yeah, we're all about that big data. At Lemonades Are Us. Okay. Now that we got the sound working, let's play this clip and then we'll stop it as we go and chat. So this is, again, like, I think this was posted like yesterday or recently, very recently, because she's, talking about her new book, brand new book. So here we go.
The book is amazing. I've told you that privately, but I was very impressed. This really is, so Radical Confidence, it really is the book. One of us had to write a book about the impact theory mindset. And when you started, I didn't know if that's what it was going to become, but it really became a powerful instruction manual for how to move through life well. So I'm very impressed. I want to start at the end of your book so that people can understand what radical confidence is, and then we'll dive in. This really hit me. It's very powerful. So this is the...
He's like, okay, I don't want to spoil anything for you, but here's how it all works out.
You're a millionaire living in LA.
Yeah, she hasn't said one word yet, by the way. She said hello, I believe.
Oh, not homies?
No. Tom's not her
damn
homie.
it.
Tom is her hubby.
Sexy hubby.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Oh, God. I don't think we're going to watch that today, but they talked about like how they met. So Tom was her teacher, but they were only 3 years apart, age-wise.
Yes. Oh, I remember that. Oh my God, that story. We need to talk about that. Please.
Well, he said the secret to his success of bagging her was being an asshole. He's like, I ignored her and I just didn't. I said her shirt was ugly and it worked. I'm like, okay, great. Wonderful advice. Thank you.
Fun.
Good times.
That's great that's why they target, almost children at 18, 19. Yeah, of course that would work on a child.
Yeah. Technically, she was 21, he was 24. So it's not like Dave and Rachel age difference, but still power, what do you call it? Power dynamic definitely was in Tom's favor.
Because he was a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah. I also, this is a Tom more related thing. He wrote a screenplay called Brazen Bull. And it's available on Amazon. I really want to watch it. It's about a guy who, hold on. Side note, sorry. Take a second. I'll bring it up.
I don't.
It's like a
literal last chapter
sorry.
of the book.
Oops. Oh my God.
The last.
Shut up, Tom. Okay. This is like down the rabbit hole for sure. I'm telling you, I was down the rabbit hole for this one. Deep.
I love a good rabbit hole.
Yeah. And even deeper, the guy he wrote this movie with, guess where he worked? Later.
WeWork?
No. Quest.
Oh, wow, shocker.
Okay. We might get copyrighted for this, but it's going to be worth it because this is the trailer or a clip. It's a clip from Tom's movie. Okay.
Okay. Oh wait, why would we get copyrighted?
I don't know.
Oh no.
Okay, here you go. Here's a clip from Tom's movie from 2010. Now remember, Tom was the film teacher, so he was the expert. This is his script.
Hey, kiddo.
Hey.
Sorry to hear about Tyler.
Thanks.
So your mom's got like a sixth sense about you, huh?
Something like that.
As soon as she heard this guy's name, she bolted out and headed straight over here. So you or Tyler ever hear about this guy before?
I never had.
What about your mom?
I think that's a question you need to ask her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lauren.
Stop! Wait.
Oh my God.
Who is that?
What's
All right, it's a gunshot victim.
I want to see him.
Are you sure? It's the kind of thing that keeps people awake.
Trust me. It'll help me sleep.
Open it.
It's so gory. Okay, that's the clip.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Very exciting.
Okay, first of all, I didn't know he made this, so thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
know what I'll be doing later after this. As a filmmaker, I am just, this is exactly like the videos, like films, sorry. My ex was showing me from when he was in uni, and they were doing the most amateur kind of stuff, and he thought he was a genius. And then he would show them to me, obviously, ironically, be like, I really thought I had something.
You're a
I was like,
hater, Cam.
Shit. No, he would agree with me. He was like horrified that he thought that was talent.
I can't look at my old stuff either. I can't lie. Like, I look at videos I made for college or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, that is horrifying and terrible and cringe. So I do understand. I get it, but I also don't call myself an award-winning filmmaker.
Oh my God, does he call himself award-winning?
Award-winning award-winning screenwriter. I'm like, what award?
I would be embarrassed. What the fuck, Tom?
Yeah, I forgot that there's the trailer. Let's watch because that was kind of like a random ass scene. Like, oh, I don't know what the context is, but you want to watch the trailer? Here's the poster, movie poster. It says, "Pain brings out the truth in all of us. How much truth can you stand?" Dun dun dun. Okay, here we go.
This is your captain.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
Our mission to push the boundaries of what is known.
This crew can do anything.
Ignore that. This is not Tom's movie. This is Star Trek, which is not Tom's.
Yeah. He would love for that to be his movie.
Hell yeah. Okay. Here it is.
What was this place in its heyday?
A lot of offices.
We're going to be the first residential building in this area.
Wow, this place is huge.
This is going to take all day. You guys come across any locked doors?
Has someone been following us?
Well, what do you want me to do? The exit's locked. Tyler has the keys. We have to find him.
What makes you think we're gonna be able to find him?
Tyler, where are you? Tyler, tell me where you are, baby, please.
I don't know. Come on, man, please. It's gonna stink.
Dispatch, this is David 480.
Tyler, you're not gonna get out unless I cut the chains. Come! No!
Good!
No!
Go ahead, pull the trigger. You haven't got the guts.
There's Tom. That was Tom in the first. That was him.
My God, what is this?
Screenwriter and actor. Hold on. He's the special ops guy. There he is.
Oh, wow. I wish he didn't have the mask to see a young Tom.
He looks literally exactly the same. Like, not one difference.
Oh, man, can I just say, because, like, this is cringe AF. Tom is the guy who thinks and wants that he to live forever. Like, that was his actual thing. He literally said multiple times in loads of videos that he wants to live forever.
Yeah. He wants to be the next Walt Disney and also wants to live forever. So he's got rational goals for sure. He's definitely thinking rationally.
Just imagine, like, I don't understand. Like, I would hate to live forever. I hate my life now. I would like that to.
Wonder. That's. Oh no. Well, if you had a $40 million house to live in, might be better, I guess, and like unlimited funds to get Uber Eats delivered to your mansion. It might not be that bad. An infinity pool, 2 saunas.
Like on a bed and have like food delivered to me until I die in 1,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen movies much better than this about that topic.
It's a thriller.
But I'll tell you what.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll tell you what. This trailer has sound effects, which the scene in the movie did not, and it does make a difference. I guess they figured that out in film school.
Yeah, they're like, we need the background tracks to be a little bit higher. If I couldn't really tell watching that trailer what the actual like plot was, but just so we all are up to date, this is an ice cold tale of misguided ambition and savage revenge. So foreshadowing. I don't know. Set in the bowels of an iconic derelict Los Angeles high-rise We follow Lauren and her real estate investing fiance as they discover firsthand what happens when a madman leads not with emotion, but rather chilling rationality. The man in question brings a heaping help of sanity and jet black humor to the crazy table. The result is a wonderfully off-kilter horror thriller that never goes where we expect, but rather draws the audience deeper into a surprising world that has dark corners even in the brightest rooms.
I love that the man is with capitals.
Yeah, the man.
The man in question.
The man. The man.
So wait, a madman leads not with emotion, but rather chilling rationality.
That's sort of how Tom describes himself, I'm not going to lie.
It sounds like a madman to me.
He always says like we think like rational thoughts. We don't act on emotion. Like I can see him saying that, like that exact quote.
That is so not in line with Lisa. Lisa is all emotion. Not that Tom is not, because there's a difference between what he says he is and what he actually is. But Lisa is like just, I think that's what bothers me about the way she talks, because she misplaces emotion. Like it's like, that's not where you emphasize. That's not where you go, dramatic or whatever. You gotta like have the waves, the up and downs.
Yeah.
And she doesn't get that. She's just like all up. It's like
yeah, like very high energy, but almost too chaotic energy.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I'm really excited to tell you about this. But, it's like she's telling a story about how she was unemployed for 8 years. It's like, all right, we get it.
But it's cool. Funny because that movie seemed so, like the set and stuff seems expensive. So I think, the acting, the costumes, the set, all that stuff is very expensive, especially when you make a movie. And I've tried short films that did not require that kind of, set. Budget. And even just like stuff that is set in like a room in a house or something still requires money for that. And it's funny that he just completely like ruined that set with this story, and the acting and the directing is terrible.
Well, he wrote it with the guy who later then worked at Quest with him, and that's sort of part of this whole story. That Lisa moved from England, London to LA to pursue her dream of becoming a filmmaker, and basically didn't. Eventually, she went to the course, met Tom shortly, started dating him, got married, and then just did presumably nothing. Like, not to be mean, but like she just took care of him, like cooked dinner and did laundry and cleaned the house, I guess. But she says she didn't do anything film related, from then. But the point of Tom going to work for these companies as like a copywriter and then going to Quest was allegedly in the beginning so that they could fund their own movies. So they want to create with the impact theory, they want to create scripted content. That's part of their bigger goals in the future. So they want to make films under the brand of impact theory.
Tom has said that he wants to rival Disney, which he is like not even like it doesn't even exist like in terms of rivaling Disney. But it's interesting to me because I feel like it's not the first time I hear someone with such a like an ambitious quote unquote goal. Like for example, Gary Vee has this goal of buying the jets. And according to himself, he might actually have enough money to buy it, but yet he's never bought it. And I feel like he's potentially using that as a thing to be relatable to, like, oh, I'm just like you. I love the jets, and I would love to buy the jets. I just can never afford it. But then in other videos, it's like he has so much money, or what, when you actually like listen, it doesn't make sense. But I feel like this might be Tom, because to be honest, like they have not even attempted like a proper animation, or like aside from what you just showed me on the website, and like there's nothing really like that I've seen
Concrete.
or and I'm not saying maybe there are some stuff, but or maybe there is some stuff, but I think when you have a platform like YouTube, if you were to make like movies that were animated, you would push them all the time on your YouTube, right? Like
Yeah.
imagine us making a movie or something. We would
Yeah.
be telling you guys all the time, like, by the way, hold on, we're making this, watch it when it comes out. Like, I've never heard anything of the sort from him, aside from this idea of I want to rival Disney.
Yeah, it's slowly almost become more about Tom and his personality than the company itself expanding and growing into like what the Hollis company was trying to do and like bring on more people and have it run without Rachel there. That was kind of their goal, they said at one point. It's almost been the opposite for Tom. Like it started off with more people involved and now it's gotten slimmer and slimmer to like it being about him and his ego. But I bring this up because this is one of the animation NFT projects that is under the Impact Theory brand. I don't understand. Don't mess with Christmas. What does this have to do with personal development? I don't get it.
Well, I don't know if the films or the Disney rivaling company that doesn't exist would have anything to do with impact theory. What I gathered from the way he talked about it was that he wants to make films because that was his dream and whatever. So it would have nothing to do with impact theory. And I'm not even expecting that it would have something to do with it, but I would expect to see it pushed in ads, in like, in videos, wherever, whatever is he's doing, he would have a trailer at the beginning, be like, hold on, this is coming. Like there is no way you're working on a big project like a movie and you don't advertising it on your own channel. Like
it is odd.
I think this is a lie, because had you been working for a movie, an animation, that is such a big deal, such an expensive job, such a it's not easy, it's not cheap to make they would have to sell their 40 million house to make one. So
well, see, that's my prediction, or I guess not prediction, but sort of my impact theory is that he has a ton of money, but that money, even though he's probably, I don't know how much he's got, like let's say he has $100 million. He got it when he left Quest. Let's just say, I have no clue. He bought a $40 million house, so I would imagine he's got a lot of money. He just hired 2 people. One is a former Disney executive. One is a former Bank of America executive to help him on this NFT project. Those 2 people cannot be cheap. I don't think that he took them from those huge corporations and is paying them a competitive salary, that it's going to be a cheap project. Now, we know how NFTs are and kind of the instability of those. Can he I wonder if he's like, he's so ambitious that he's going to be one of those people who had a lot of money and ends up bankrupt because, lightning doesn't always strike twice. I don't know.
But either way, I think it's very clear that he's just following the money and it has nothing to do with the dream. And it has nothing to do with making movies like it was in his youth, and it has nothing to do with rivaling Disney. So it's interesting that it's odd that they do one thing, but they say that they do a completely different. Like it's very odd to me, and I don't understand how people get away with this stuff. Because when I tried to do something like this, and I tried just like in my interview to be like, yeah, my job was so similar to your corporate thing. Yeah. Totally. And I can't even pull that off. Like, they can see right through me. They're just, and I'm like, how do people do it? How can you just keep telling me? Well, yeah, but like they keep telling me that they're rivaling Disney, and then they actually just push NFTs, and nobody's like, but what do you mean you're rivaling Disney? I've seen nothing from you. You're like, and what do you do that? You just say, yeah, no, I'm totally doing it.
That's all of them. It's all full. It's all bullshit. Like, oh, I'm saving 3 million lives. It's what's his name? God, Tony Robbins saying like, I feed 3 million families a day. It's like, do you, or do you just say that? And like, it actually means this totally other thing. And I think because of their strategy of only talking to people in their own circle jerk, they pretty much are guaranteed that they're not going to be asked any questions that they don't want to answer. So, instead of going on, sorry, there's like I have the door open. There's a bug in the house again.
Hi guys. We have some new watchers.
Oh, welcome. I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. But this is interesting that we're bringing up this point, and I've sat on this for a while, but this is the impact theory. In case you wanted to know what impact theory is, this is their whole roadmap. So the impact theory is, the brand, the Disney brand, and this is all the branches that they foresee happening in the 21 to 23 range. And this is their movement forward. So it says, staffed with world-class talent, we are developing and powering content across the most popular forms of media, from comics, animation, gaming, the metaverse, and YouTube, to traditional unscripted and scripted television and film. The next 2 years at Impact Theory promise to deliver unparalleled value to our key holders. And just wait until you see our 10-year roadmap. Okay, so we have Impact Theory at the top, then we have cultural and educational, right? So educational goes into video content. Here's the several different things we have. Impact Theory with Tom Bilyeu, relationship theory, Tom's Q&As, conversations with Tom, health theory, and women of impact. That's Lisa's. It's pink for women.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, then Tom's public speaking, so him going on stages. Okay, live events. All right, ITU Live, so Impact Theory University Live in 2020. Haven't seen that. Evening with Tom 2022. Oh, sorry, yeah. Business Mastermind 2023. Okay, so that's all in line with like the blueprint of any self-help schemer, scammer, grifter. Then we have the online course, Impact Theory University, core curriculum, and billion-dollar business tactics. Okay, so that's video content, right? Then we got, that's in the educational realm. Then we got blockchain.
Okay.
This is where it starts to go off the rails for me, at least. So blockchain goes into the metaverse. So they're going to have Impact Theory City in the sandbox. I don't know. Someone tell me what that means. Then we have IT metaverse. You're going to have the Neon Garden experience, Easter eggs, Merry Mods. I already showed you that one. That's the Christmas things. And then behind the scenes, whatever of that. Then we got more Merry Mods, more NFTs, Bad Bitch Boots. Don't know what that is.
Well, is Lisa starting a fashion company?
RC. Well, that's under the NFT, so it must be digital fashion.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see someone says, this is ESPN Sports Center for following your favorite grifters. The different sports are spiritual cult, coaching gurus, health bullshitters, and MLM. Yeah, it really is. We are the commentators on this blood sport. Yeah. Then they're going to have merchandise licensing, right to partner program. Okay. Community content platforms, renders, empowerment, legends. Don't know what any of this fucking shit is.
Empowerment? Okay.
Oh, okay. Here's an unscripted show. Carnivore versus Vegan 2022.
Oh my God. They're going to get roasted. This is going to be... Well, actually, this might be the only interesting thing in there.
Well, it's almost halfway through 2022. They better get on this.
I mean, this is what I was going to say. Like, the whole part on the right, that seems like a lot. Like, when are you also going to do the movies? Because that's not, like, it's not the kind of job that you just, it doesn't just happen out of thin air. Somebody needs to do it.
They got a lot of, 2022 promises. F your zip code. Okay. Codename Badass Women. and NFT Kings, which I guess is like DraftKings, but like NFTs or something.
What is fuck your zip code?
I think I heard him talk about that once before. It's supposed to be like your zip code is the number one indicator of how much money, like where you grow up, what zip code you grow up in, well, is the number one indicator of how much wealth you'll have in your life. So he's gonna teach you how to make that like different, like how to not be screwed by your zip code. Basically, he's gonna solve poverty and yeah.
Oh yes, yeah, no, we totally look forward to that. But so he's gonna do that in a documentary because it's unscripted.
Unscripted, yeah. Scripted is this one up here. So yeah, that is unscripted. That's gonna be like, I don't know, doc or like probably similar to Impact Theory crap. I don't know.
Oh my god. Well, when you have like people like this in the film industry, documentary, whatever, TV industry.
Mm-hmm.
Can you even make it as an actual like person trying to do it?
He's an ideas guy, I think. That's what I'm getting. Like, okay, there's a lot of things here. Maybe, he's got a fairly successful Impact Theory interview platform. He's probably making like $100,000 or something more a year just making that YouTube channel. But of course, that's like chump change to him. But yes, it just seems like this is a very ambitious project. Projects. Look at, there's like 1,200 things on here.
Somebody's asking if there's like zip codes for mailing in Romania. There are, but I have had friends send me things that I have never received in Romania. So I'm not sure what that's about, but the zip code is there, I can promise you, but I'm not sure it's the postal service. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, same thing for Mexico. My mom was in Mexico, and like it's a crapshoot whether you receive stuff or not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble. So yeah.
Anyways,
no buying internationally for me while I'm here.
You only buy in stores.
I think we should do. Can we do our own thing and do be like
NFT?
just on the model of Impact Theory, and we'll have Cringe-Fluencers, Instagram,
yeah,
YouTube, Instagram. And that would be it on our list.
Yeah. I have the brand, like the overall brand of like Kia's World, split that off into Instagram posts, YouTube videos, and then a side branch of Cringe-Fluencers. And then you can have yours. And then somehow we come together and make like a manga or something completely unrelated.
We can put like emojis in there, just make it real. We'll animate the hell out of it.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we'll do like a Brené Brown thing.
Yeah. Color theory with Cam and Kia.
Yeah.
Or
we'll be like fighting injustice, and then we'll have a picture of a cacti or something.
Yes. We'll only do all of our NFTs will be Brené Brown's PowerPoint slides through the years.
Yeah.
We'll just take ownership. People will be outraged. Be like, oh God, how dare you?
We'll find that researcher and have them Google some pictures for us.
Yes, yeah, we perfect.
we perfect.
I can't stop. I was laughing watching that back, so I'm sorry for the people who did not like it. I was dying laughing.
I was too. Sorry.
Part of it was the lack of preparation on both of our parts because we decided to talk about her like the last second possible. So we really had like limited information to go off of, and that's our bad. But I think we did our best.
Yeah, but also it got copyright claimed, and basically we made no money from it. So
cheers.
Yeah, that's YouTube for us.
I know. That's
like
every show.
We can just pull a Tom Bilyeu and be like, our YouTube channel is worth $3 billion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the idea is there. I mean, there's potential to make $3 billion, so valuations are...
Yeah, so just law of attraction, just talk as if it happened. We made $3 billion already in 2022.
I feel good about that.
Yeah, I have 3 saunas.
I have 3 saunas. As long as I have one more sauna than these guys, I'm doing good.
Yeah.
All right, so Lisa hasn't said a word yet in this interview. It's only been 2 minutes, so fair enough. But let's see what Tom has to say about Lisa's book. We won't let her speak for a second.
Paragraph. With radical confidence, you can try new things despite the embarrassment, shame, fear, guilt, or any other emotion that may be paralyzing you. With radical confidence, you can go balls to the wall and risk falling on your face. And you can do it knowing that even if you do break a cheekbone, you can get back up. With radical confidence, you don't have to fear failing or fear whether you're the only woman or the only one with no experience or the only one who shit themselves in a bathroom stall at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. Because, homie, with radical confidence, you can zip up your bad bitch boots, remember who the fuck you are, and be the hero of your own damn life.
Hold on. What? Oh, God, this guy. This guy.
With radical confidence, you can marry a millionaire and be a housewife for 8 years, and then you'll be a female empowerment entrepreneur. With radical confidence, you can never show people that what you drew because you're too embarrassed.
Yeah.
With radical confidence, you can buy a house with 2 saunas.
Yes to all of that. However, I'm still caught up on the pooping yourself at the Beverly Hills Hotel or whatever. What was that about?
What?
You didn't hear that part?
What happened?
He said, if you poop yourself at the Beverly Hills Hotel, you could just put your pants on. I'm like, wait, what? I need to go back for a second.
Oh, God.
Did you hear that part?
I didn't. I completely missed it. What just happened?
Did I just like make that up in my head? Hold on. And she said bad bitch boots, so that must be part of the brand on her end. Okay, I'm just gonna re-listen to this just one more time just to make sure.
Confidence, you don't have to fear failing or fear whether you're the only woman or the only one with no experience or the only one who shit themselves in a bathroom stall at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
Wow.
Is that am I supposed to poop myself? Is that the confidence that we need? I don't need that much confidence.
I think is this related to that story when she discovered she had some like sort of stomach issues or something?
Oh, possibly.
It might be because of that.
Okay. I think they should give a warning or a little bit of pretext before they launch into this quote.
Let's just remember, this is the end of the book because Tom decided to spoil it.
Start at the end. Yes, that's the biggest lesson. Start at the end and then read behind.
Yeah, read backwards. We'll see what happens. Chapter 10, How I Made It.
The end. Wow. So insightful. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. So there's a whole, we haven't even talked about that. And I don't know how much I wanted to talk about that because, I don't know, it's sort of complicated, but Lisa has like health issues and she's talked about that quite a bit through her stories and through Instagram and on her, YouTube show. And she also, if you remember, in the Natasha Granzino episode, they had chatted about disease together as well. And I called into question whether Natasha's, sickness was really as bad as she was making it seem, like, because she also said she was homeless while also staying in bed all day because she couldn't get out of bed from her hyperthyroidism.
Hypothyroid.
Yeah. It was the opposite of the one that you have, right? Which one do you have?
No, the one I do have, like with more, I suspect that I do have, but it's a very difficult to diagnose thing.
Okay. So, and that's kind of how she talks to a lot of people who have like autoimmune problems, and there was really no solution that I found through her stories of to how she cured herself, but she claims that she's cured or that she's, I don't know, that her positive attitude has sort of helped her through her physical ailments, but I think that's sort of dangerous territory.
It's not possible with that. It's just not possible with that kind of stuff, because basically the thyroid is like right here and it's connected to the brain and it's connected to your just a lot of things, but it controls your metabolism. So it's literally not possible to like heal yourself with like good thoughts.
Affirmations. Yeah.
Not that good thoughts ever heal you from anything, but just this is literally if it doesn't work and it doesn't control your system well, it's not much you can do with positive thinking, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a lot of her story ties into that, and I don't necessarily want to deep dive into that today, but maybe in the future. But it's like a whole side tangent. So, but that is part of it. So maybe they'll talk about that in this section, because that would kind of explain the pooping aspect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, homie, with radical confidence, you can zip up your bad bitch boots, remember who the fuck you are, and be the hero of your own damn life. Now, I know that it is a long road between who you were even when you and I first met, but even before that, to writing this book. But for somebody that wants to walk in your shoes, what's the first step to being afraid and doing it anyway?
Whew. What is that first step? Having a plan. Because I don't want it to feel just motivational, right? Like, oh, be afraid and do it anyway. When you're afraid and you have to do something that scares the life out of you, like step in front of the camera or start a business or be a leader when you don't know how to lead at all of that is really scary. And just telling someone to do it anyway, it isn't enough. So to me, you need an actual plan.
Is it a plan or a toolkit?
So you need a plan with the tools that you're going to use. So for instance, let's say you want to step in front of the camera. The plan is, okay, I want to start a YouTube channel. So I'm going to shoot 5 videos in a row without releasing it just to watch myself. Okay, what skill set am I going to build on that? And that becomes, what tools do I use to build those skill sets so that I can do 5 videos? So for instance, the tool, let's say if it's just stepping in front of the camera, it is how on earth can you stare at a camera and talk for 30 minutes? Like, practice that skill. And so what's that tool set that you're going to use? If you can't even bring yourself to step in front of the camera, do you look at your clothes? What music do you play before you step in front of the camera? These are all tools to get you to actually step in front of the camera in the first place.
Now, what's interesting to me, and because I know your story intimately, but also you go into great detail in the book, is for you, it wasn't a plan. And you struggled mightily in the beginning. And so I want to go back to when we were starting Quest. So give people a thumbnail sketch of basically what happened. So you were a huge dreamer as a kid. You had big dreams when you and I met. And then something went horribly wrong after marrying your husband. What happened?
So actually what happened was we had said we want to make movies. And we'd both dabbled in trying to work in film industry, and we both hated it. So our conclusion was, if we wanted to make our own content, we needed to finance it ourselves. So we decided that we were going to go on that path, and you were going to go to work every single day, and I was going to what we called the Steve Jobs effect, where I was going to make all other decisions outside of business. I was going to make, you were going to handle business, you were going to try and make enough money. I was going to be president of Bilyeu Enterprises.
Didn't we call you CEO
Yeah.
of Bilyeu Enterprises?
Yeah. And so that felt good. And so I was like, I'm going to do this for a year, me and you, baby.
Really did it as well. Like, you didn't just sort of ho-hum your way through it. You took it really seriously. Reading the book, though, was devastating.
Like what? What could she possibly do? Make what decision? Like what? Like tablecloth to put on the dining room table? Like what is really
where to buy the groceries? What decorations to put like on the dinner table?
She couldn't have worked part-time?
That's
like
the CEO of Bilyeu Enterprises. I mean, that being said, though, I do have to say, like, I appreciate the honesty in the fact that they are talking about this, because I think at least with, I mean, we've seen it a little bit from Rachel, but there's like loads of people who just don't acknowledge that, you know, and I appreciate that Tom does acknowledge this. Like, you know, I had the luxury of being able to just focus on my work and focus on business, because my wife just like focused on the other part.
Yeah.
And I think there's loads and loads of men who don't appreciate the fact that, you know, when they have a stay-at-home wife or stay-at-home mom, she's doing like 17 jobs at once, and they don't realize just how much they're taking off their shoulders so that they can actually do whatever it is that they're doing.
Yeah.
They don't give women credit for that, or not enough credit, in my opinion. And unfortunately, I feel like this is just everywhere in society, and I feel a little bit like, am I ahead? Am I like, I'm not sure, but like I feel very frustrated because like so many men, even in my generation, just think like that. Like, yeah, you can just, you know, you have the kids, and right now there's also the added bonus of having a job, because you don't just need to have children, take care of the children, take care of the house, clean, whatever. You also need to have a job. Like, you're not gonna, I'm not gonna just like, you're not gonna be a kept woman here. Like, okay. I've had people talk about these, like, just not I've luckily not been in like dating situations of the sort, but I've had loads of like male friends, I guess, talk about, and they never like frame it like that. They just think it's the natural thing to do. I'll work and whatever, and but you need to work too to support yourself. And then,
well, that's become the new like feminism independence, like work and be a mom. It's like, okay, well, that's wonderful. I'm glad. But how about we find the equality of we both take care of the children 50% of the time, and we both clean the house 50%, and we split our roles, and, we both make money if that's what we choose to do, or we see each other as equal. Like, I'm staying at home laboring with the children all day. That is a job. Like, that is you would pay a nanny to do that if you were a single dad. So acknowledging that, it is a job that allows whoever goes out of the house to make money to do that. Because otherwise you'd be stuck at home watching the children yourself, not being able to go to that accountant job or whatever. So I totally agree. In this case, I'm a little confused because, they're in their 20s. Presumably they have maybe a home at this point or an apartment. Like, I think, if there was children involved, I can definitely 100% be like, of course, like, stay home. That makes the most sense. But stay-at-home wife, like, is that the time requirement? Does he need that much assistance at all times? Like, does he need his, blankie like folded for him a certain way? Like, how much help did he really need? I think she could have probably pursued some sort of career in film if she really wanted to. I think it's almost like
the location was perfect for that. Not everyone has the luxury of being in LA and just being able to, because that's really where the hub is, and
sure. Or freelance. Like, I'm going to take projects on that I'm passionate about in the meantime, while also kind of taking care of all of the home needs as well. It doesn't seem like, oh my gosh, like there's, enough hours in the day to do both, but that's also, I don't know. That's how I see it, but maybe I'm missing something.
It's to do with, at least in my understanding of it, is to do with him wanting to be, the traditional man who takes care of his wife type thing. And that was his idea. And I guess he did tell the story of her dad just like making him promise or something that he would do a good job of being a good husband, whatever. And I guess like maybe that was like the deal. Like, my daughter will not work. Deal? Okay.
I think that's accurate. And I see the request for this soundbite, which I think is appropriate.
I'm sorry that you don't have a job.
Oh, hold on. Gotta raise that up. Hold on.
I'm sorry that you don't have a job.
That's Dave telling Lisa.
I'm sorry that you don't have a job.
Sorry.
And thank you guys for like asking. Basically, I've had like loads and loads of tests done, so it's still not 100% sure, but it's suspected to be hypothyroidism, and I think at the base it's all like derived from Hashimoto's. But yeah, basically it could be hypothyroidism. I have like literally all of the symptoms. So I don't know, but the testing is very complicated, and it really depends on the day and how you woke up that day and whatever, just how your hormones are doing. So it's never a done deal. It's hard to, but yeah, unfortunately it's not an easy, it's kind of one of these things that can be very easily dismissed by doctors because the symptoms just seem like, oh, I'm tired a lot. And they're like, well, what are you eating? Like, what are you like? And it's like, okay, but I also have these other symptoms. And they're like, yeah. So I had doctors just completely dismiss me in the UK at least. So it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, that seems to be a common occurrence that I've heard in that space. And that's why I think that's why people like the medical medium are so appealing to people, because he targets mystery illness and some of those disorders and diseases that you can't diagnose with a test or with something very like concrete, like, oh, you have it or you don't. And so like someone like that who's preying on people that want answers, and he's got the easy solution from his ghost, like, oh, eat celery juice every day. That's going to heal you. It makes people feel comfortable and better because there's like solution. There's an answer, even though it's from a crazy person. So it sucks because it puts, not someone like you, but like someone in your position, like in a vulnerable position almost, because you're looking so greatly for answers and you want a solution and some sort of protocol, and that can make you a target from a scammer.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I spoke against like Joe Dispenza and stuff. It's very, very scammy.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Anyways,
it's fine. It's being managed.
Good.
Luckily.
Okay, good. Awesome. All right.
Dating for me. Like I wept openly the first time I read it. Other people won't react that way because it's not their wife. But for me, reading what a dark period that was for you, like it really wasn't the death of a dream because you never gave up fully, but it was sort of that dark night of the soul where you have no idea how you're getting back to the dream.
I'm going to make a bold statement and say that doing a TEDx talk is going to be the most transformative and uplifting experience of your life.
I'm so sick of that guy.
When did it go from, I'm CEO of Bilyeu Enterprises and this feels good, to, oh my God, how wrong have I let this go?
Babe, this is the thing that freaking haunts me. It's not one day. It becomes that slow stepping stone pattern that you just keep repeating. And I kept saying to myself, it's only going to be for a year. It's only 12 to 18 months, right? The famous story, just 12 to 18 months turned into over 8 years. And that's the problem, is that it becomes this slow knock-on effect. And it's like, I can do this, and you have the right mindset, and you have the right framing, and you're like, I'm doing it for the good of us as a couple, of our marriage. We want to make movies together. So you can freaking convince yourself. You can convince yourself of why you're doing something every single day. And that's the problem. Before I knew it, I was deep 8 years into it, and I was like, what the hell happened? But the truth is, it never freaking happens overnight. It becomes one little decision that you make time and time again in the wrong direction, that you end up going, how the hell did I get here? And so for me, it wasn't that I was hiding it from you. It wasn't that I was just like, at the beginning, it wasn't like, oh my God, I've got to fucking suck it up and this is miserable. It really did feel like, all right, I'm doing it for the greater good. And every day you keep telling yourself that until you almost become numb to how you're actually feeling, is what I refer to in the book as purgatory, the mundane, where my life was just mundane. And every time I started to question, what the fuck am I doing with my life? What happened to the movies that we said we were going to make? I would soothe myself. And the soothing would be to remind myself that it's for the greater good, that I made a promise to you, that I'm taking care of you, I'm a good housewife. Like, that was the belief that I was given, as a child, that I'd be a good Greek housewife. So you just convince yourself every day. And when I started to question it, the ungratefulness would come up. Well, how ungrateful am I? I've got a husband that loves me. Babe, I know how lucky I am to have you who loves me as much as you do. And I'm so freaking grateful for that. And for me to look around and be like, I'm miserable. Like, I would tell myself how ungrateful. You're living in America.
And then,
oh, shit. Oops. Clicked the wrong thing. I meant to just hit a pause. The thing that, like, about this whole thing is that the solution was, I can understand. I know I would feel absolutely the same way if my role in life was to stay at home and wait for my fiance to come home. I would be miserable. I would hate it. So I don't get where she's coming from. I get what she's saying. However, the solution was then to go to work with her husband doesn't seem like female empowerment to me. Like, oh, I'm just going to let my husband find me a job then so I can help him and be with him more. To me, it's, I don't know. It is a thing that I can get behind and support, but to me, that's not like the goal of female empowerment, where it's like a woman can do things on her own. A woman can walk on this earth without feeling like she needs a man attached to her or a partner or whatever. That's what I see female empowerment as, but maybe I got the wrong definition. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of because I guess like the female empowerment or feminist movement is more about like being detached from the man rather than still like under his control. Because like if this relationship ends and he doesn't want to like have her on, he will not have her on. Like that's an easy,
Yeah.
you know, he will probably pay her whatever. What do you call it? I don't even know what you call that. Like a salary for when you fire someone. I think there's a word for it, but I can't. Severance, yeah. He'll pay her severance, probably a hefty one. It'll be a divorce. She probably gets her part, whatever.
Alimony?
But
yeah.
But then if he doesn't want her there, and if he remarries or something and wants his next wife, then that's fair game, you know. And she's out. So I don't know if it's like, I don't know. But at the same time, I do understand this like desire, I guess, to like work with your partner, because if you feel like you work together well or whatever, then I suppose I can see that also. And I don't hate that for her, but what I do hate is more like the framing of how I made it all happen. It's like you were just there and he had this company and you started working for him, but the framing of like, oh my god, I woke up and then I started interviewing people, like, okay.
Yeah, to me, I don't know why. I guess like the thing is like not everyone needs to write a self-help book, and that is on purpose. Not everyone needs to be a motivational speaker. Some people just don't have that motivational of a story. Like there's people out there who have like overcome losing limbs and now swim like marathon miles in the pool. Like that to me is inspiring and something to learn from. But someone who just has like a pretty average situation happen or have like an amazing string of luck happen, they don't necessarily, like if you win the lottery, like you don't need to write a book about how you won the lottery. It's like, you're very lucky. It's very impressive that happened to you and very cool. But like, there's not really a lesson that is a human, like humanity is going to learn from this story. Like, okay, so if you find yourself in a situation where you're a stay-at-home wife, but you're bored, go ask your husband, hey babe, I work for your company. How many people can relate to that? Like, 2, you know, and then what? It just seems like a story that she just wants to be inspirational and trying so hard to make it and frame it in that sense of like, oh, I really overcame this and that. It's like, did you? Like, you overcame being bored at home? Like, I think that's what most people would be. And then you asked your husband for help and he said yes, which is wonderful, but you know, what's the lesson?
Yeah, but this is the reason why this is so interesting to me is because it's just kind of pulling the curtain, and you can see that actually the way people make it is really more like this. In my opinion, this is the story. Like in Rachel's case as well. Like Dave was working for Disney, he was making a lot of money, so Rachel had a lot of time and she was able to build a business behind the scenes. And in Lisa's case, she was a stay-at-home wife and her husband had a business, and then she started working for that, and now she's in front of she's in the public eye in some way. So this is more almost like, to me, it's almost like contradictory to the self-help industry, that they are showing there is no self-help there, you know what I mean? And I don't know. It's better, almost better to see it, because then you're like, okay, I'm not in that position. I should probably like just not attempt that strategy. Or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like if you're not married to a guy who's got like a successful company or something, then just try some other strategy, because whatever she's telling you, it's not gonna work for you.
Yeah, I kind of wish the story was I was trying to be a good wife for my husband who was making the money. I got sick of it, so I decided to start my own company, and then I did that and pursued that, and then my husband, you know, needed to hire an assistant. Like, I don't find it to be, I don't know, sacrificing. Like I see Emily says, like, you know, she kind of sacrificed 8 years, like, but that's sort of her own choice. Cause I think he's a grown man. Like he could get up for work with an alarm. Like, I don't know why the sacrifice had to be made. It seems like a sacrifice they chose to make for whatever their own reasons are, but it's not like she was forced to do that. I feel like there was opportunities during those 8 years where Tom's at work for 10 hours, as he claims, 12 hours a day. You know, like, couldn't she have pursued something else in the meantime? It just seems like a manufactured, not a victimhood, that's not the right word, but a manufactured story of overcoming. Like it's almost like you put the obstacle in your own way and then you went over it. It's like, okay, well, just don't put the obstacle there in the first place, and then you wouldn't have had to overcome anything.
She didn't, there is no obstacle. There has been 0 obstacles in her life.
Yeah.
Her dad was rich, or at least from what they're telling us.
Yeah.
So she grew up in a decent, more than decent kind of, you know, background. She then went to the States, which is already kind of a huge privilege, to study in the States when she was living in England, and education is like so much cheaper. I mean, it's not cheap in England either. Right now it's like, but when Lisa would have been a student, it was like 3,000.
Yeah.
It was like 3,000, maybe less a year, 3,000 pounds. So for her to be like, no, I'm gonna bypass this like cheaper education here, which I would say it's not a bad system, you know, it's not a bad educational system.
Sure.
But no, I'm gonna go in the States where it costs like 50K a year. That's,
well,
you
she
know,
did like
she
an
must have
8-week program too. That it wasn't like a traditional. It was like a quick thing. Yeah, like learn how to do film in 8 weeks or something, like intensive program. And that was the one. It was like a private company, I believe, that Tom worked for.
Okay,
but still,
fair enough.
Expensive,
Still,
you know. Yeah, not cheap to do and go and.
Yeah,
you know.
and it's the kind of thing she could have done in London, no problem, absolutely no problem. Like if I could do it in London if I wanted to, but you know, she didn't want to do that, so she went to the States, and then she met Tom, and Tom worked, and she stayed at home. Where is the obstacle? There is none.
Yeah, exactly. I think you summarized it perfectly. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not like an inspiring story that's gonna make me like go, oh my gosh, like wow, she really did it. Like I just feel like, okay, where's the inspiration? I'm lacking it in my eyes. I mean, for him too. I don't think his story is inspirational either. It's surprising, but not inspirational. Like, dude works, gets friends with these 2 guys that want to make a lot of money. He makes a lot of money. He goes and does another business, makes a lot of money there. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm not inspired.
Yeah, exactly. And I think maybe what she's wanting to say that she's not saying is that she had the mindset that she should stay at home, that she should be a stay-at-home wife or something. And then she realized she doesn't want that. That's not an obstacle per se. It's just like something that we all grapple with when, you know, you become an adult and you realize
what your family wants of you and what you want of you.
Yeah, when you realize I can do what I want rather than what other people want. So, but it's there was, if anything, she had all of the possible, like, she had the perfect situation in every single stage of her life to do exactly what she wanted to do. Like, so few people are in a situation in which they can actually, you know, go to a different country and just take like an 8-week course or something on film, and then just stay in that country without working. Imagine that. Like I could never, like.
Yeah. I agree. And I see Emily's question here. I don't think she worked, as far as I know. I don't think she's ever worked, from what I can tell. She sort of had a lifestyle that her parents provided, and she was in school studying, and she might have worked on a couple film sets in some capacity, but she never, from what I remember, I could be wrong, talked about a job. So,
yeah.
Because she was pretty
I've
young.
never heard her either. So, and
Yeah.
I watched several episodes over time, and she's never mentioned having a job or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, let's continue. Maybe it gets juicier.
Haunting me that we talk about a lot of gratitude, right? In the space that we're in, and motivation is like we need to be grateful for what we have, making sure that we're we're thinking about things in a positive perspective. So every time you may feel bad about your life, it's like, no, look at gratitude. I get it. The problem is it kept me there. Because I kept using gratitude as a thing to go to, every time I felt sad or numb or like what has happened to my life, it filled the hole. And
wow.
And that's how you blink. And in 8 years, you just go, I'm not even living the life I want anymore.
All right, my friend, I have a big announcement. My incredible and talented wife, Lisa, is about to launch her new book, Radical Confidence. In it, she has managed to perfectly capture the process of how to go from feeling lost and insecure to taking control of your life and doing amazing things despite feeling fear, sometimes a lot of fear. Now, let me tell you, nobody knows Lisa better than me, but when I
Exactly what fucking fear does she feel when she has nothing to lose? Like literally nothing to lose. Like when you have a situation in which your husband just had like a 3 billion, what was the amount?
When he left Quest?
Yeah. Or what was the valuation?
The company was worth like 1 billion, but this was
right.
I think she's framing it as before. So he had left a different company, a tech company, a data like like a data storage company with the two men that he started Quest with. They had left a different company and also took stock options and had some money. And instead of just being comfortable with that money, he decided to go in and try to start another company as opposed to just getting a job and whatever, taking that route. So that her being on board with that is the fear that she's overcome, is how I understand it.
Right.
So,
wow,
when there's a fear,
I'm so scared for her right now. Like,
I'm
getting secondhand fear.
And you could always go back to your parents. That's the thing too. If you have a safety net with your family, that's more than a lot of people have, and that makes you taking risks that much easier. It really bothers me.
It's not even a risk. This is the part that is so annoying in what he just said. Like, first of all, she had nothing to lose. Like, she could try anything. She could literally try to make movies and she would have nothing to lose except for, let's say, that movie failed. So let's say she tries something, gets bored, doesn't want to finish it, or tries something, finishes, it's a trash movie. It doesn't matter because he had enough money to like support her anyway. She didn't even do anything and he supported her. So there was that. And then second of all, oh god, I missed my second point. I forgot it.
It's okay.
I had
do
a
it
point
all the time, constantly.
Oh man. But then it's just like I got it. Like basically my second point was like he had so much because like okay, sure, like Quest was at the end valued at 1 billion, but up until that point and throughout all these years, like there was probably a sort of progression there. They were making loads of money, and 1 billion is a lot. Like is a lot. Even somebody having 1 million is like insane. Imagine having 1,000 times 1 million. Like it's just I don't know. It's insane money. It's a lot of money. So even if she was taking a risk, it's not a risk in the sense that it is for other people, because they just had money to like spare essentially. So taking a risk when you have like, it's almost like, think about like $10, you going and investing $10 for them. Like, let's say she wanted to make a movie and that movie costs $100,000 or something, because let's say they were playing small or something and they didn't want to that would be like a regular person's like $10, $100.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, you know what I mean? When you have that amount of money, just like throwing some away just to like be like, oh, I wanted to make a movie, so I just spent some of my own money here.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. You know what I mean?
No, I think that definitely needs to be talked about more, because a lot of the lessons are like, don't let your fear hold you back. It's like, fear is different for every person. If you have $100 in your bank account and you are told like, hey, like, start your business, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid to fail? If you're afraid to fail, you'll never succeed. Okay, so I invest $100 and then it's gone, and now I don't have a car, and now I don't have a house, and now I'm like on the street. Like, you know, that's someone's reality. So not taking a risk if you're in that situation makes more sense than if you know, your husband's making, you know, $6 million as a Disney exec, and you want to throw some money at a blog and buy a domain and just check it out, see how it goes, play with it, you know, in the meantime. That's a whole different scenario. And it's unfair to go, well, if you don't want to take a risk, then like, you're never going to succeed. It's like, the risk for you and the risk for someone else is a completely different risk. And it's unfair and rude and misleading to say like, oh, the solution is to just get out of your own way and just go for it. It's like, no, it only works if you're rich and established. Otherwise, you're going to be in a bad situation. It's not smart.
Not to mention the time, because most people, regular people, would have to work a full-time job. And then if they want to take a risk, let's say the business they want to do does not require a lot of investment, so they may be able to take a risk. They need to do it in their free time, and that's a lot of time and energy that goes into like whatever, thinking, researching, doing the job, doing the thing. I mean, I've been trying to have a YouTube channel for like almost, I think, 3 years at this point. And it's not something that just goes like viral over time. Not to mention, I don't have a specific gigantic studio room that my husband just set up there that I can just go and film my videos in. And you know, all of these things are luxuries, not that, I don't know, it's incredible just that she is even attempting to frame it like some sort of sacrifice that she made. These are luxuries that were just there, that you just stepped into. You just had the time, you had the money, you had the connections, you had the studio, you had everything. You just went and did it, I guess.
She didn't mess it up. She didn't mess up the opportunity, but that's not necessarily like something I'm going to go and read a book about. I'm like, wow, she didn't, everything was handed to her on a silver platter and she didn't throw it away. Wow, amazing. It's like, and it bothers me because I think once you've hit success, you start to look at other people, you know, in many facets of the world, like definitely money, but also like weight loss. A lot of people will lose 100 pounds and then all of a sudden say like, well, you're just not responsible enough. You're not trying hard enough. And it's like, well, maybe, you know, dieting that way worked for you. It's not going to work for everyone else. And all of a sudden, now that you're on the other side of it, you start to get real judgy about everyone's choices. And it sounds to me like a lot of these self-help people, including Lisa, you know, are saying like, well, you know, I took this risk and it worked out for me. So, you know, that's the key to success. And it's like, it's never that cut and dry. And it's almost as if they think like, oh, people are so stupid. They don't know that this is the key to just invest $100,000 and like they'll make it. It's like, no, people aren't scared. People don't have the same opportunities you do. You know, it's not like for this YouTube channel, like you brought up the example, I've wanted to start a YouTube channel for years. I had to work full time because I was on my own. The only reason I have the chance now to even have this opportunity to grow and like do this today is because my fiance is sitting there working at his full-time job in the other room. That's the only reason I'm able to do this. And yeah, I feel like, oh man, I wish I didn't have to rely on him and that he didn't have to, he's not sacrificing necessarily, but he's supporting me. And I wish that we lived in a world where I could support myself and do things I'm passionate about. But in the reality that we live in, it's like, I don't, but it's not like, oh, this is I'm going to go out and sell a book and go, just do your YouTube channel. It's like, I would have done it 5 years ago if that advice was helpful. I've wanted to, I haven't had the time and the effort available and the money to buy the equipment and stuff until now, until I had help.
Yeah.
that's
And
it.
imagine, like, in this situation, for example, like, look at him just like giving her a shout out. Imagine she would have nowhere the amount of subscribers that she has and the amount of views that she has on Women of Impact had she not been pushed by him who already
Mm-hmm.
had a large platform.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I had like a friend who just happened to have a few million subscribers and kept giving me shout outs, I promise you I would be at 11,000 subscribers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's not to, downplay the hard work it takes to produce shows and whatever. But yeah, if you have that extra help, you got to realize how much it's really making a difference between you and the person who's doing exactly what you're doing and not seeing the same results. It's not the effort. It's not the hard work necessarily. It's probably a combination of all of those factors.
Yeah, and I also want to mention another aspect because, for example, look at our situation, and we're trying to do as well. It's not similar to Women of Impact at all, but like we are. We have a podcast that requires two people talking. For her, she can fly people over to her studio, and she can, the space is obviously professional and looks good and whatever. So she can pay for people's flights. So if she invites someone, it's not a matter of like, you're doing me a gigantic favor, you're paying for your own flight, you're staying in your own hotel, and we don't have anywhere to stay. You're just sitting, you'll be sitting in my living room with me.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different like look that she only has because he has money. Like, if I was to fly to see you every week, imagine that, because like that's the kind of thing that she has to do as a producer of that show. She has to like fly people over. Like, they will not just, potentially she has to pay those people for their presence and for their expertise and for their face to be in the videos. I don't know if they're doing it for free. Maybe some of them are, maybe some of them are not. So, but she can afford to do that because her husband is rich.
Yep. I agree.
I can't afford to do that. If I am to invite Rachel Hollis on my podcast, she will not even like bat an eyelid at me. Like, she does not care because it's not, I don't have the studio and I don't have the, and then not to mention I speak against everything that she is. But then
that tiny detail.
Yeah, a tiny detail, but the tiny detail, let's say I didn't speak against it and I was like Lisa, and but I was doing it from my living room and like with a microphone and stuff. Rachel Hollis would never come. Like, she would never come. She would go on Lisa's if Lisa invited her.
Sure. And I guess some of it can be, currency in the sense of like, well, I have 10 million subscribers, and if people just happen to like you or you hit at the right time and then you didn't have the money necessarily to back it up, but you had the subs, like I could see celebrities or whatever. I think that's how they're kind of like guided, like, okay, the exposure's worth it or whatever. But that comes also with investment, with time, with effort, with all that stuff. So it's not just cut and dry, like just put on your boots and just remember who you are. It's like, that's so vapid and misleading. It's like, it's just so simple just to believe in yourself after it's already, you've been taken care of for 10 years and you find success. It's easy to say that. Tell me, like, write a book before you do it, and then I want to see the results 5 years from now, and then I'll be impressed, But after the fact, hindsight's 2020, you erase all the stuff that, didn't work, and you say like, oh, what did work for me? But it's not the full picture ever. Any book I've ever written, it's like one small smidge of like the reality of the actual situation.
Yeah, it's a fraction, and it's not even true. That's the part that is, that's the part that drives me crazy. There is literally, and I've read at this point so many books that I've reviewed on my channel, so many self-help books. There is literally no advice in any of those books. There is literally, the most advice I ever have received from a somewhat business book is from Savvy's book. Savvy wrote a book called Savvy Business Owner, and that was the most advice that I ever read in the book. Everything else is just a bunch of fluff, because what they're actually doing is not teaching you. They don't want you to actually succeed and have a business. They say they do, but what they actually want, what their purpose is that you buy that product, in order for you to buy the conference ticket, in order for you to buy the next thing, they don't, it's irrelevant to them whether or not you succeed. I mean, sure, it's really nice when somebody has a success story and they can share it on their channel to like give them credibility.
Sure.
It's like Rachel has done recently. That's fair enough. Yeah, if I had someone who was like, oh my god, my life was completely changed by your channel, yeah, I probably would shout that out, and I would be proud, and I would want to shout that out, and it would give me credibility. But that's not their purpose. What they want is just to sell you stuff. That's it. They don't care really, because the amount of people that have had success stories is very little compared to the amount of people that have watched the videos, that have purchased books, that have gone to the conferences and so on. They don't mention those who didn't have a success story. They didn't mention that, oh, we had one success story out of like 2,000 people who were on stage. They didn't mention that.
And that's the statistics probably without, intervention. Like if you were just to do what you were doing minus any conference, minus reading any book, you probably would have succeeded statistically. 1 out of 200,000 people will succeed because it was the other factors involved. But they'll take that and go, oh, I was changed by this conference and this is the big game changer, because I think people like to be praised too. There's an interesting thing that I went through as well when, you're going through a program or something and you want the recognition from the leader that you did it right. And so the incentive is to say oh, I've learned so much, so that they ask you to do a testimonial so that you please them, because there's this weird relationship of teacher's pet and student and teacher, or student and guru, where you want to I'm, I want to be successful too, and help me and take me under your wing and that sort of thing. And it's it's weird, because I found myself writing testimonials a lot, and in reality I wasn't feeling better. And I'm saying in this testimonial, it's changed my life, I've made such improvements. And then in reality, I'm struggling hard. So I think sometimes, especially with the bigger ones, they just want to be liked by Rachel. They want to be liked by Lisa. So they'll be more they'll exaggerate the story themselves without even being asked to. They're just doing it naturally because they know they want to please the person. Anyways.
And also, I think it's probably also a matter of, you really do want to succeed. And you hope that maybe if I write this positive testimonial, they might invite me to speak, or whatever. I might get some sort of clout, or you hope, because you see them successful and you think they will pay attention. And obviously, because you're trying to succeed, you're trying to make something happen. So, you would probably need more. For a fact that if you write a negative review, they're not going to invite you to speak, or none of that will ever happen. They will probably ban you from the next conference or something.
Yeah,
that is a given. You're not going to. You're incentivized to you're incentivized to be positive in your review. Not to mention the whole be positive that they just straight up tell you. But
yeah, that's definitely a factor in it too. Okay, let's continue. More commercials for the actual thing they're already talking about.
I read Radical Confidence for the first time and heard her describe what it was like for her to go from having these big, exciting dreams as a kid to then as an adult scheduling her life around the TV shows that she wanted to watch, or how lonely and isolated she felt instead of pursuing her dreams. It was brutal for me. I would never say, though, that it was worth it for her to go through all of that just so that she could write something down that allows others to avoid it. But I will say that at least she was able to capture the strategies that she used to break out of that rut, find her voice, and begin doing incredible things despite her insecurities and fears that she wasn't going to be good enough to achieve great things. Order your copy today, because if you act now, you can claim the bonuses that Lisa has created for you at radicalconfidence.com. Then, once you've done that, we'll get back to today's episode. All right, guys, read the book and get ready to be the hero of your own life. Peace out.
I'm going to make a bold statement.
Oh my God, this guy. Okay.
This guy is so annoying.
The real hero in Lisa's life is Tom. Sorry.
Yes.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. I totally get that, but I've never heard anybody say that gratitude ended up sort of bamboozling them into living a life that was less than they could live. What do you think about that now? What's your relationship to gratitude? Are you cautious of using it? Because gratitude is certainly I have an interesting relationship to it as well. It's really powerful, and it's something that can help you like remember to focus on the right things. But it can, like you said, it can be a salve that maybe keeps you somewhere less than where you could be. How do you think about it now?
I think that you should be grateful for things. And when you are and you identify them, they're beautiful. But it doesn't negate all the things that are miserable in your life and that you're unhappy with. And so for me, if I'm actually unhappy with something in my life, I just address, what am I going to do about it? Right? So being ungrateful is like, I can't believe, like all this shit keeps happening to me, and then going, oh, well, hang on a minute, look at the amazing things. That really helps me pivot from a negative mindset to a positive one. But when I look at certain things, when we deal with business and goals and actually achieving something, I look at it and say, well, can I change something here? Is this in my control? And I never asked myself that back when I was a stay-at-home wife. I never asked myself, well, hang on a minute, just because you're absolutely head over heels in love with your husband and you're very grateful for having such a wonderful life with him, I'm freaking miserable over here. And I absolutely have every right to highlight and say, hey, this doesn't feel right. This isn't a fulfilling life for me. And it doesn't negate how grateful I am to have you in my life as my husband, but I want more over here. And I can do something about it. I never told myself I could do something about it or gave myself the space to allow myself to then make a change.
I'm curious what she did about it, because the way she says in other interviews, she was like thrown this bone basically that he said, hey, I need help. Like, can you help me real quick? And then it grew into like her taking on more of a permanent role at the company. But now all of a sudden it's like, oh, I chose to do this and make a change. But I'm curious to see what comes next.
The big thing in reading the book for me was, so I know how I interpret what you went through. I know my half of the equation. I remember coming home and saying to you, don't ask me about my day. I was so profoundly unhappy and was just really trying to make something magical happen for us. And of course, anybody that knows us sort of post-success doesn't understand where we started, did not have money, broke, clipping coupons, like the whole nine. And the success ends up coming way later. I mean, we were married for 13, 14 years before we really had any, like, a real appreciable success. And obviously, I know what it was like to be on my side, but not yours. One of the times that I've been most emotionally distraught in my life was before you stepped in front of the camera. I said, no one's going to ever understand. Like, I started getting accolades. I'm like, no one is ever going to understand how much you have contributed to my success. And now that you stepped in front of the camera, I don't worry about that anymore. But I really did at one point. And what I want to know is, you started the chain reaction that ended up leading to the big change that ends up becoming Quest, where I'd come home so many times and said, don't ask me about my day, that you finally said, your unhappiness is now starting to damage the marriage. You need to make a change. And that snapped me out of, because I had been telling you 12 to 18 months for years, that's like 6.5 years by the time you laid that down. And how did you get that courage? Was it because you were doing it for my happiness? Because in the beginning, you weren't self-protective. You've become self-protective. Did you leverage me as a way to get to that? Like, you wouldn't be able to do it for yourself, because I think a lot of people are stuck there. Like, if they feel selfish doing it for themselves, they feel ungrateful doing it for themselves. But you found that little thing that you could peel away, which was, he's unhappy.
Yeah, it's interesting in looking back, because the truth is that, yes, 100%, for years and years and years, it was, we're doing it for the dream. And then that dream ended up turning into, I started seeing you loving business and getting stronger and more confident, and you're working on your mindset. So I saw the progression being a positive effect on you. But then that positive effect ended up being destructive. And so you were coming home hating your work, hating your life. And it got to the point, like, I could coach myself through it. I find pride, and you know this, in being the freaking strong badass behind you. I don't see that as a negative. I love being your support system and you being out there and me being like your cheerleader and like, hell yeah. And I always have. And so, when you first started, I was like, this is, I'm your cheerleader. We're going to do this together, but, we're doing it for a cause and it makes you happy. And then that makes me happy. But over time, I started to realize it was no longer bringing you happiness and we were no longer working towards our goal. But you kept saying, babe, this is important. I really want this. And the one thing I always said is, I know I married an ambitious man. And I remember seeing people divorce as I got older. And I always thought, like, who's changing their pitch up halfway through the marriage? And look, I changed my pitch up in our marriage, which we can talk about. But I was like, I know who you are. You're so ambitious. You've told me your dreams. You've told me your life goals. And so just because I've got a ring on my finger does not mean that all of a sudden now you need to be home at 6 p.m. and, living the life that I want. We were in this together. It was a partnership. And I always saw it as a partnership until it got to the point where it no longer felt like a partnership. I no longer felt like my supporting you was actually doing you any good. You were still freaking miserable. And then the final piece that I swore I would... This is where it's interesting. This is where I'll put myself first. Don't mess with my relationship with my husband.
Whether it's my husband messing with it or somebody else.
Yeah. And that almost became that that line. And I said, I will support you. But you have now crossed the line where you're messing with my relationship. And the thing that I pride the most is me and you. Money can come and go, anything, like there's no prediction of the world. But my relationship with you is by far the most important thing. And when I saw that it was now being messed with and it was becoming dangerous and now me and you were pulling apart and I could start to feel like, if we don't do something now, are we going to get to the point where there's no coming back?
As a health and fitness coach, there's no worse feeling than having...
I had a point and then this threw me off. Let's keep watching then.
And I had let my life do that, right? With the 8 years of just going with the motion, I won't do that with my marriage. And so I think that that's where it came from, the last straw, where I was like, if something doesn't change, me and you are in trouble. And that I pride myself on, and that's my responsibility as well as yours.
Now I need to figure.
Yeah, I agree with Maddie here, saying like, not to be rude, but like, what's the point of this? I totally agree. Like, this is a very specific marital issue with a very specific sort of unique set of circumstances where, she doesn't need to work. She can just stay home and support him because he's making enough, and she doesn't have the inner desire to go out and find a job or work. She wants to rather be a supportive role at home, at least in the beginning. So then she found out later that, it didn't work. She doesn't like it anymore. And so then she took the opportunity from him to go work at his company so that she could be more of like a equal partnership or feel like she's contributing. Okay, wonderful. But like, who cares? I totally agree. It just like, this seems to be a private affair, private issue that is not, not replicable. Replicate. You can't.
And the thing that is interesting is that when we saw the way that they had their plan made for 2022, 2023, this fell under educational. So I'm not really sure what is educational about this, but I think what this is actually intended to do is this is a sales pitch for the book. And I think it's intended to make people relate to her. And, this is her opening up to her audience about her struggles in her marriage and whatever, and I think that's what it is more than anything. And she hopes that this will help sell the book, which it might. And but I think that's she is wanting people who are in that situation to relate to her and people who are very much buying or drinking the Kool-Aid. So.
Well, I think to get any value out of this conversation thus far, you'd have to be a person of well means already, most likely a woman, who is sort of in a supporting role of their husband or significant other, and they're looking for support that's okay, but also you could do more, and maybe there's some other career that you can still help your husband, but help him on a more working level, and ask him. I don't know, but like, what if your husband is I don't know, a postman? Like, what is he supposed to do? Like, get you a job at the mail carrier, or like have you go with him like on the routes? Like, this is only really works if you own the company and you have the means to bring someone who's unqualified. So I don't know if they're going to talk about Quest in this. I haven't watched this full thing, but she came in and tried to help in the logistics department when they first were starting with shipping and stuff. She was, like I said, unemployed as a film, has some sort of experience making films, and then now all of a sudden is thrust into this job where she has to figure out how to ship stuff, around the country. Now, I wonder if, because her dad owns the shipping and like the thing in Europe, in London, like that had something to do with it. That sort of boosted her qualifications because she can call her dad and get some sort of, special, I don't know, some special favors from him and his company, and that's why they trusted her. But really, she's unqualified for the position, which I think is already unfair. And now her advice is going to be like, well, be unqualified and just figure it out. But that kind of puts everyone on the team at a disadvantage in corporations like this. It's like, okay, you're going to bring in your wife who doesn't know what the hell she's doing, and now we all have to just wait until she figures it out. Like, it could be inspirational for her, but for everyone else, it's just annoying. So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like one of these situations where somebody's just like so impressed with themselves, like, oh my God, look what I managed to do. But it's like when you're looking at it from outside, you're just kind of like, yeah, you really didn't do anything, to be completely honest. So there's that. To be honest, like it is kind of almost like the opposite of impressive. The fact that she was in LA and she didn't actually seek to work in TV or movies or behind the scenes. Like, there's just so many possibilities.
Yeah.
Music, there's so much, there's so much, like, that is such a booming industry. Like, how did she not, get a job on a film set, or like,
Rachel got a job at Miramax, for God's sake, when she was 19 with no experience. So that was around the same time frame, around 2000-ish. So I don't, she should have called her friend Rach to do it, to help her out.
Yeah, it's kind of like she didn't want to do the thing she went to the States for. And that's fair enough. You can change your mind. Like, it's not like we need to do one thing for the rest of our lives. We're not just the work we do, but that's not what I'm trying to say. But like, it's just like, okay, so she goes there, she does a film school of 8 weeks, and then does nothing with it, doesn't look for a job, doesn't get a job in film and TV, in music, in anything at all. Like, nothing.
And she's sort of blaming Tom, but like, is it really his fault? Did he, now they're not saying this, but maybe this is the contractual obligation. Like, if we get married, this is your role, babe. And he's not saying that because it looks bad, but maybe that was the real conversation they had. And so she felt obligated to uphold that role, and then she got sick of it. Now, I don't know. That would make a lot more sense because, he demanded her to do this, as opposed to it was her own willing choice and her wanting not to do anything. Maybe that's the subtext of what they're not saying.
Yeah. Potentially he was like, I want a woman who will take care of me.
Yeah, and in the interview she did with Dave today that came out on his podcast, she said that when she married, when Lisa married Tom, that she said that she wanted 4 children, and that he would marry her under that pretense, and that through the 8 years or whatever, she has decided that she actually doesn't want children, and that that was not what they decided when they got married. That was not the decision. They were going to have children. And,
and he didn't want it?
No, I think he did. I think she changed her mind, which is fine. But also, you know, it kind of changes my perspective of him and what he thought he was walking into. Because if he thought he was going to have a housewife / stay-at-home mother up to the children, it makes more sense as to why 8 years passed and maybe they were trying for kids and didn't have them. I always thought they decided in advance not to. But then today in that podcast, she said, oh no, like that was the plan to have kids. So maybe there's something there too that they're not saying that because the way the story is being told right now does not make sense to me. Something's missing.
No.
Some element is missing.
And there is a thing that I've been thinking about recently. Basically, to what extent do you have the obligation to tell publicly what your story is, and to, because I
fully, in my opinion,
I don't necessarily. Well, I don't know, because I personally don't necessarily want to share every single fuck up of my life online.
Well, but you're not selling
like,
a
no,
book
thank
of
you.
your success. That's the difference. If you said how I became successful, step 10, like my 10 steps to success, and you leave out 15 big things that really factored into different, you know, my dad gave me a loan of $1 million. Like that is a factor, and that becomes deceptive. So the difference is, yes, of course, don't share everything you know, that you want to say or you don't want to say. But when you start to say, this is how I accomplished this, and people are buying on that promise that you're telling the truth, that's where I have the issue.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was going to say. My content is not about me and my life. Her content, and at least this book is content, and this podcast and all of the other things where she talks about her life. And granted, she does have like guests that talk about other things, but she always brings it back to her and how she did or didn't, whatever. And basically in that situation, this is the most that I feel like this is a large subject to think about and talk about. So that it's not there's not a one right answer, I would say. But I think when you're monetizing your life and your life experiences and stuff, you do have an obligation to share it. Like you can,
I agree, 100%.
You can selectively share, but when you're just like asking people to pay for a product, and I don't know, I kind of feel like you do have to give them the truth. Now, that is a big ask. And we've seen it with the number of influencers that just don't tell you that. But
that's why it's messed up. I you know, I understand, because that's a big argument from Rachel Hollis is like, you know, well, I don't owe you my whole life. I don't owe the fans the entire truth or whatever. It's like, yeah, you sort of do, because you are setting it up in the way, like when you sell your books, like, this is me, I'm authentic, I'm this and that, this, my life experience, look at how I went from A to Z, I'll show you how to do it, join my course, join da. So that's all the expertise is your own experience. So if you're not even being honest about that, what are you providing people? It's nothing. You're providing them, literally, it's fraud, because there's nothing, like, it's not like, oh, I went through this course, or I went through this like certification program through a university that tells me how, you know, career coaching, I don't know, some sort of thing where you're actually learning from a body of work, a group of people who have decided over 27 years, these are the best tips. And we've collectively decided, like, this is like how people, you know, statistically get better jobs. Okay, so you don't have to talk about your life at all to give that information out. But when you don't go and seek those, like, you know, statistical facts, and you're literally using your one, like, what do they say? It's like a, like, and Be There in 5 says it. The woman's like survey of one. It's like you wouldn't take a clinical trial for a drug that one person found success in. Yet you'll listen to a self-help book that one person found success this way and think like, oh, I need to model my life around this person. And it doesn't make sense, but that's just the way the industry works. But I'm hoping that stuff like this in 10 years is going to look so cringe, and we're going to be done with it. Because I think now that enough time has passed and enough content has been made, people know, like, it doesn't work 99% of the time. It can't work.
Yeah. I think it's very it's not what it was. Like I don't think the industry is what it was even 2 years ago before the pandemic.
Yeah.
It was a lot stronger than right now, and I think now it's been um lots of I think the Rachel Hollis thing was so fucking public.
Yeah.
So fucking public that so like I know people who posted videos that they got millions of views. Rachel Hollis never really got millions of views on her own channel or anything. Like it was never she didn't have that big of a reach. But that the impact of what she did was so spread that I think more and more people came across it,
Yeah.
and I think it makes people be disillusioned, and it's maybe like the first thing they see in on some occasions, on loads of them. Maybe they never came across our videos because our views are low, but you know, they maybe saw those things, and then they will start to see other things. So I think it's on a heavy decline right now, the industry as a whole, and the fact that she doesn't have any sort of expertise, and that's another thing. Why didn't she just study something? Like,
Yeah.
why didn't she, like, her husband could afford to keep her, why not just go to study something, become an expert in something? Like, you know, I'm not sure how, maybe not just necessarily like university studies, but there's like loads of other things you could do, you know, in
Yeah.
terms of becoming an
Something.
expert, or like, yeah, she could have done anything, but she didn't want to. And it's like the only thing that she can have, it would be what Rachel Hollis had, which would be, I did it despite not having these studies, despite not whatever, so I'm going to tell you my story. But in this case, she didn't even do it. The studio was there and she just sat on that chair and interviewed someone.
Yeah. I know. And a lot of what she does is Tom Bilyeu with a pink pillow. Like, it's not like she's gone off on her own and done like some, you know, different type of thing, or said, you know, this launching pad has allowed me now to see my true dream. No, all she's doing is doing what he does with women. Like,
Yeah.
he interviews men and women, and she interviews just women. And, oh, that's it. Like, that's the difference. Oh, now she's going to talk about, they have a health one. Okay, so now she's going to maybe once in a while interview someone about health. Okay, he does the same thing. So all she did is go from I'm supporting him to I'm now mimicking him.
Yeah.
Is that
yeah.
better?
And
you know, I think, I don't know. No, the answer is no, really, my opinion.
well, I guess it's I think it's a good idea what she's doing, in the sense that right now she's creating her own public image. So if this marriage ends or whatever, I think she will be okay.
Don't agree. Don't agree. Without him, she ain't got nothing. What does she have? She does exactly what he does. She's like the female version of him. If she, how is she going to do it? She would have nothing. She'd have money, but that's it. Like, she's going to make impacty theoria, like, you know, like, what would she make?
She would. I think it's valuable to have her own clout, if that makes sense.
Does she though? Does she have her own clout, or is it literally only because, like, she's in the shadow of Tom? Like, her whole Instagram is like him and her. A little bit of her, but like as his wife, like that's her role. I think in her even in the public persona, it's Tom. Oh, and Tom's wife also does something similar. That's how I see it. And that's not to be mean, like, oh, that's all she is. That's all she's presented it as, that I've seen.
Well, yes, but I do think that it's better than not having the clout that she has. Like, so let's say
just being the executive producer or something, you think?
Whatever it is that, you know, whatever it is that would happen with her relationship. Right now, she has interviewed some people, she has those connections. So let's say she completely loses this platform and cannot do anything on impact theory or women of theory or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah.
But Theoretical Women, a podcast by Lisa Bilyeu. But But let's say that doesn't happen. At least now she has a public image. So let's say Lewis House might be like, oh, you can do it on my platform, and keep doing what you're doing. I guess like it's better than not having it. But then it's not like it's very little, I guess. I feel like in her position, having a lot of stability and a lot of money, there would have been better things to do. There would have been more inspiring things to do and more impressive things to do.
My whole take on all of this stuff, and not even just about this couple, but in general, is I'm all about freedom of choice. Choose whatever lifestyle you want, do whatever you want with your body, do whatever you want with your career, but don't shove it down my throat as inspirational. And then if I go, I'm not inspired, go, oh my God, hater, freak, like, how dare you? You're so mean. It's like, why do I have to find you impressive? Why do I have to find this, not actionable, but like something I want to put together in my own life. Like I want to copy it in my own or learn something from it. It's like, why can't I just say, and I guess I can because I am, but I feel sometimes people don't like it when it's like, this to me is like any other person on the world. Like they got lucky, they got money, but that's really the difference. Like if you become, a teacher or something, like everyone could be the self-help person then. So what's the point? If everyone's inspirational, aspirational, then no one's aspirational. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And that's why I actually like the fact that she is doing this, because I think it's helping our cause.
Totally.
Not theirs. I think without realizing it, she's actually helping us a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's showing just how, it's not about being inspired. It's not about whatever. It's about having a husband who's got money or a dad who's got money. And that's helping us much more than it's helping the self-help industry, I think.
Yeah. And the more I look into this, and I was telling Steven about this yesterday, I'm like, I get really angry. I get like emotionally, charged when I start to look into all this stuff and like, oh my God, the sister works at Quest too. Like I start to get pissed off because I'm like, this, like, life isn't fair, and that becomes like reinforced, and I'm like, damn it, like that sucks. Every turn I just find life isn't fair. But then I start to think like, life isn't fair. That is true, but it makes me feel better because it's like all these people are full of shit. And it's like, oh, I always think sometimes like, oh, they're enjoying their life so much better. Oh my gosh, like they're just so much happier than me. They're so much like cooler, better, well, all those things. And in reality, I'm like, they're not. The more I look into this and the more I actually like dissect the stories, it makes me sad that they have to embellish and leave out details and lie and make it more than it is because they don't have the confidence to feel like their actual life story is impressive enough. And I'm like,
Are you saying she doesn't have radical confidence?
I don't think so. I think she's got average confidence.
Imagine writing a book, average confidence.
That's more, I buy that more than radical confidence, homie.
Oh yeah. Yes, homies. By the way, we're having some really deep inside jokes over here. Inside of joke.
Oh yeah, I saw the one Dave request.
I am all about getting a free ride.
That's what Lisa says.
So people are talking about polyamory between Lisa and Dave and Heidi, and I find this.
I can see that. Well, I saw Heidi promote her book the other day on her Instagram story, so you never know.
Yeah, maybe there's like a foursome in the making right now.
Yeah. As soon as one of them gets pissed off, though, like one of the four gets mad, Dave's going to say,
unfollow me.
Yeah. Who do you think would be like what do you think the power dynamic would be there? Like, do you think Lisa and Tom would be like at the top of the power dynamic?
Yes.
Or
I think,
well,
only because of the money. Like Dave would be impressed by Tom's money because Dave probably, I don't know, his net worth, let's say, is like, this is pulling this out of my ass. Let's say Dave's net worth is $2 million all in with properties and investments and that sort of thing. Tom bought a $40 million house. That's nothing. Like Tom's success monetarily makes Dave look like a homeless person.
But I feel like their age would put them like would sort of reverse the dynamic because Dave and Heidi are older.
Are they? I don't think they are. How old are they?
Yeah, they for sure are.
How?
For sure.
Well, Heidi's the same age as Rachel. She's 40. So she's younger. How old is... Dave is like 50. Or almost 50.
Dave is 50? Oh my God.
Dave is 47. And Heidi's 40. Okay, how old is Tom? Tom is 46. So he's 1 year younger than Dave.
Oh, wow. They look younger, at least these two. I don't know.
And Lisa is... She's 3 years younger than him, so she would be 43.
So how old was Rachel again?
She's 39 right now, and Lisa's 43.
Okay, so
So Lisa's actually older.
I guess the fact that Lisa is 43?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she looks so young.
I think because she's petite. And probably gets Botox.
Probably. Petite in a bunch of surgeries.
Yeah.
I'm petite, and I can tell you.
You look young. You look like 25, I think. I wouldn't think you're 30.
Thank you. It's the flashing lights over here.
It's the filters.
Giving me nightmares.
Just kidding.
But yeah. They're hiding all 40. Of the imperfections.
Yeah. Heidi just looks older.
43 though. This is mental to me.
Yeah. That's the age now of the self-help average self-help guru is like 40, I swear. That seems to be like the number where you start to get real big.
Oh, No Name says Dave has had such a hard life at Disney. It's why he looks old. You know, I saw some pictures of him recently, and they were from when he was with Rachel. Only like what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, 2020.
He didn't have the beard. He looked way younger.
Yeah,
and I think the breakup, the divorce, really just kind of made him age like a decade.
Yeah, and I think flying 1,000 times a week to be in Arizona takes a toll on you as well. And if he was, an alcoholic, well, he claims, he's never said he's an alcoholic, but that's sort of the implication that he's made, that he was an alcoholic, that, that makes your skin a little rougher too, at least during the process of consuming alcohol, I would imagine. So maybe that also had something to do with it. Because he was sober when he was with Rachel, and then when the divorce happened, he started again. So that would also kind of explain it, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah. This is interesting. I don't know why I was just so convinced that these guys are younger, so they would be like in terms of
no.
Yeah, they would be more like the edgy young, like, whatever, and then Dave would give them his wisdom.
Dave? Here's your wisdom. No, I think
I'm
Dave...
talking about peace.
I think even like the CEO of Disney makes less than Tom probably makes. Hold on, or made. Tim Cook. Oh, wait, hold on. What is it? CEO of Disney income. Oh, okay, wait.
But good point, Angela. The drinking didn't help because one of the things that I remember hearing from Tom was that something like, I don't think he eats anything sweet or anything, because at one point he made a comment and it was very like, he was so grateful that he was having ice cream this one time, and he remembered it fondly, like this was a memory from back in the days or something. And I think his diet is very, very restrictive.
Yeah,
because he used to be fat, right, or something.
That's what he says. He like calls his Tom, like makes it a big thing. He's like, my family is morbidly obese, but literally they look, fairly normal. And he's like, oh, this is my before picture and my after picture. He's like 15 pounds different. He makes it again, like exaggerates, like this was me, disgusting looking, and here am I, so fit. And it's like, okay, like it looks pretty like average, but all right. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
I think
I
they
guess
believe
you-
it. They think like, I remember he talked about like, I ate chicken and broccoli for like 3 years and that's all I ate. It's like, okay, that sounds healthy. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, I'm going to use the best bathroom really quick. So I'm going to play this. I'm sorry if the TED Talk guy comes up while I'm gone. I'll be fast.
Fix your hair, and then I know exactly where.
So sweet.
I tried to pause to make sure we could
that
cut.
was so sweet. I love that. Thank
All
you,
right,
baby.
of course. So now for me, what gets really interesting is, there's like a fumbly bit in there where neither of us really know how to make good on this. We're planning to move to Greece. We're going to do what we love and what fills us up. We get obsessed with this idea that the struggle is guaranteed, but the success is not. So like, the funny thing is, it's all the things that we talk about now, but we had to suffer for us to put these pieces into place. But the whole idea of what would you do and love every day, even if you were failing? And so we were going to move to Greece and I was going to write. But my question is, so you have this dream of, okay, we want to become filmmakers, but you end up going on an entrepreneurial journey. And how did you begin to piece together all the tools that you outline in the book? Like, how did you begin to bring those together? Do you feel like you already had a growth mindset? And so as you got drawn into the business, that it was like, oh, I know what to do here? Or were you stumbling one foot in front of the other?
Stumbling one foot in front of the other. And it's actually really important because this is something that I want to credit you for. So anyone watching right now, if they've got a partner, like if you've got a growth mindset and maybe your partner doesn't or isn't there yet, the one thing that was amazing with me is you were just the proof was in the pudding. You were reading all this stuff, you were looking into mindset stuff, and I saw you change and I saw you grow. And I saw you being someone who was a little sensitive sometimes and would maybe get annoyed with me over little things.
Complain.
And complain. I didn't want to say it,
No,
but yes,
please,
you're a bit of a
by all means.
complainer.
People do not understand where you and I started.
So, okay, can I be honest then?
Please.
Okay, so you're a bit of a whiner. You would complain about things and you're a bit sensitive and like, I remember once I whispered in your ear something sexy as we were playing a game. And because you missed it, which was obviously my strategy, because I wanted to win the game, you then got annoyed with me.
So for the record, my wife whispered something extraordinarily sexy in my ear so I would miss a shot at pool, which I then missed, and I got angry.
Yes.
That's
you
ridiculous.
just missed
But
something. Can
given
you,
context to who you were.
Rewind for like 20 seconds?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 seconds. Okay, ready? Replay?
Yeah.
Breaks my heart.
And because you missed it, which was obviously my strategy, because I wanted to win the game, you then got annoyed with me.
We need another 10, sorry.
1, 2, okay, let's just go here.
Because this is something that I want to credit you for. So anyone watching right now, if they've got a partner, like if you've got a growth mindset and maybe your partner doesn't or isn't there yet, the one thing that was amazing with me is you were just the proof was in the pudding. You were reading all this stuff, you were looking into mindset stuff, and I saw you change and I saw you grow. And I saw you being someone who was a little sensitive sometimes and would maybe get annoyed with me over little things.
Complain.
And complain. I didn't want to say it, but yes, you're a bit of a complainer.
People do not understand where you and I started.
So, okay, can I be honest then?
Please.
Okay, so you're a bit of a whiner. You would complain about things and you're a bit sensitive and like, I remember once I whispered in your ear something sexy as we were playing a game. And because you missed it, which was obviously my strategy, because I wanted to win the game, you then got annoyed with me.
So for the record, my wife whispered something extraordinarily sexy in my ear so I would miss a shot at pool, which I then missed, and I got angry.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
But given context to who you were, it's so important. Right. So because people don't know that side of you. So I saw that.
Oh my God.
The former side of you.
What a story.
Interesting. I like that she said that side of you, and he's like, the former side of me. I'm like,
yeah, just making.
I wonder. What are you going to say? Sorry, I cut you off.
Just making sure that he wins everything, essentially, and kind of getting upset. I don't know. It's just so like, wow, the tea, you know, it's like, come on, give us something. Like, what did you, that was, so he got annoyed once? That's it? That's what you gave me?
The lessons you learn. Speaking of, there's one post that it just made me think about this. How she said, like, I whispered something sexy in his ear, whatever. Okay, there was one post that she talked about something where she wanted to get something out of him and that she promised him, like, a sexual favor. And I was kind of like,
oh, nice.
Okay, is that the lesson here? Okay. Oh, yeah, I found it. All right. You'll laugh. It's the stupidest reason. Okay. All right. Okay, this is a picture of them, obviously. Back in 2000, so, throwback to our first Halloween together. This was one of the very first times I saw how our relationship could be more than a fling. You see, I used to have a thing for men in uniforms, so I bought my boyfriend this outfit. Now, he hated it, and he told me so. He didn't pretend because it was a new relationship. He didn't just suck it up and do it. He was extremely honest. And I realized that building a relationship on honesty is imperative for a long-lasting relationship. And I was 100% honest back. I told him that he wore it, I would, in exchange, do something he wanted. LOL. I won't go into further detail, but it was a very clear example of how our relationship is always built on complete and utter honesty and transparent compromise. Hiding feelings and emotions do not serve either of you. Making each other happy within your code of ethics, of course, is such a powerful tactic to successful relationship. You just have to step out of your comfort zone, own what you want, and then asking for it. What?
Yeah, so inspiring, so rags to riches, so radically confident. I don't know.
The story I heard there was, I asked my husband for a favor to wear a uniform because I like men in uniforms. Okay, kind of weird, but all right, fine. You're asking a favor. He bitched about it, so I promised him a blowjob, and now we're a happy couple. It's like, okay, great, good advice, yeah. Thank you. But I think there's probably 20,000 healthier ways to have handled that situation that don't involve sexual favors and repressing your feelings.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm mad at it though. I think it's cute.
You think it's cute?
Yeah.
Oh
they were in a relationship.
Don't tell Steven.
I hope they were in a relationship.
I read him this. I'm like, this is horrible. He was like, oh yeah. He's probably like, this is what I want.
Yeah, you should try this on Steven. Let us know next time how it went.
No, I won't. I'm gonna pretend that you said you agreed with me and thought it was horrible. Cam said as well that it was very bad of her to do that.
Wait, so you told him about this before?
Yeah, when I was looking it up, I read it to him and I was like, oh my God, listen to this post. It sounds crazy, like how horrible of advice this is. And he was like, yeah, and I agree.
Yeah, that's total BS from him. Yeah, totally, babe. I agree with anything you say. Yeah.
I know.
Don't ever whisper sexy things in my ear.
No, sexy things in your ear is fine. Well, not that. I was talking about the costume thing. Like, hey, can you do this for me? No, I can't. Okay, well, I'll hook you up later. Okay, I guess now I can do it. And I was like, that sounds toxic. He's like, yeah, you're right. Shouldn't sex be like just a thing that you want to do, not to get ahead or get what you want? That's my kind of.
But I think because they were in a relationship, I'm assuming they already wanted to do it anyway. So this was kind of like a nice bonus. They keep talking about sex all the time, so I'm
well, that's quite a sacrifice for me. That's a big sacrifice. I'm gonna write a book about it.
You're like, I hate sex, so I'm gonna try to sell it to Steven, he better provide.
Yeah, I really overcame a lot of obstacles getting everything I wanted. Like, babe, can we go to dinner? No, I'm not hungry. Well, what if okay, see? Step one, bait him.
Yeah, and that would be a lot more honest than the steps she probably has in Radical Confidence. So
yeah, lace up your boots, bitches, and get to work, I guess. Okay, let's watch like one more section, and then we can call it a show. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I saw the change, and I saw the growth, and so. You weren't forcing me, you weren't putting it upon me. And so that's just a big tip, is like if anyone wants to help their partner, being a beautiful example of how it's changing your life. And then you would make these little suggestions to me that didn't feel pressure. It's like, oh babe, I actually think you'll really like this book. Oh no, you'll hate that. So it wasn't like you were throwing things at me. So I think slowly I started to gain a bit of a growth mindset, but I never had words to it. And so actually, this takes me to a year ago. Bear with me, I'll bring it all together. A year ago, you came to me, COVID, you got a call from a literary agent, and they asked you, hey, would Lisa be interested in writing a book? And you came to me, and you came into my office, and you're like, hey, can you believe someone's just said, would you like to write a book? And I was like, do you remember what I said?
Yes, of course.
I was like, oh, that's nice.
You said something far more terrifying than that.
But then you're like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, did you just hear what I said? And I said, who would buy a book from me? Now, the reason why...
That was a year ago.
That was a year ago.
Just so people don't think that that voice goes away.
Right. So A, the negative voice, and in that moment, because I'd done so much work on myself, I was like, oh, bless her, she's still there. Like, I didn't beat myself up over it. But the thing that the fear was, I was like, I don't know what I would write about. I'm not an expert in anything. Like, literally, that was what... I was like, babe, I don't have anything to teach.
True.
Like, I kind of just do my own thing. I get in front of the camera and I say what I think, and that's it.
From my perspective, that's hilarious, but I get how people can be blind to their own skills.
And yes, maybe. So, but I was completely insecure. And so in writing the book, I realized all the things and tools that I used. So going back to your question of was I stumbling, it took me to have to write the book to go, oh, because I'm literally just trying to stumble. You fall on your face, how the hell do you get up? You have 40 employees with some of them that are ex-convicts, they're 6'5", and here's me, little British girl that's trying to command a room. I don't freaking know what I'm doing. So I'm just figuring it out. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, just shouting at them doesn't work. No one can respect me. I tried that, didn't work. I freaking love hip hop.
Can I just...
Tupac is like my favorite rapper.
She loves hip hop.
Did she just say that he's got 40 employees and they are convicts?
Yeah, they hire convicts because that was something that they said that they wanted to offer people opportunities or something. And I'm hoping that's what it is, as opposed to they wanted to like hire people for cheaper. I don't know. I'm hoping that it's with good intentions to help people who, might not find a job as easy. But yeah, that's part of their brand.
Right. Okay. So I don't know exactly how this works, but aren't there like some sort of funds you can access probably as a company to hire people that are trying that the government or whatever is trying to reintegrate in society?
I think so, yeah. I think there's some sort of incentive governmentally that if you hire them, I believe so, yeah. And so I don't know what department they're talking about. I guess it's like the production crew, because they have like 6 cameras, they said, in this studio. So to run that gear, I don't know what else they have. Sales and stuff, I guess, perhaps.
Wow, okay. I didn't know this, but this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, this is the equivalent in terms of corporation of a coupon.
What do you mean?
Like getting funds from the government to pay for your employees. How is that different from getting a discount on something?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that necessarily, that fact, because I think it's really stupid in a lot of ways. There's certain crimes, I think, yeah, like if you want to work with kids and you've been accused of, or not accused, you've been convicted of a child-related crime, no, I don't think that you should be able to work. But if you were in some sort of drug thing and you served time, but you served your time, you're now a free person, all of those issues relating to finding employment, I find to be counterintuitive to helping the person rehabilitate and get back into society. So, you know, the fact that they're hiring them, even if they get a tax break, it's like, meh, I don't care.
I don't care either. I think it's good. You know, I don't have a problem with people being reintegrated in society and just having jobs. That's perfect. That they should have jobs, you know. But what I'm trying to say is, like, they seem to, okay, first of all, they classify the company as a tech company.
Well, that was Quest. This is Impact Theory they're talking about.
Which is also not a tech company.
Which is also not tech,
Yeah.
but it's more tech than it is. It's more media company, but it's more tech than
Yeah.
Quest is. Yeah.
But I'm saying they're taking all of the tax breaks that they can possibly gain.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's smart. I will agree, but at the same time, it just makes me think, like, is the company really that successful if they're, I don't know, they can't afford to do it the other way?
I personally don't think that Impact Theory is profitable in any way. Personally, their channel does well, but I don't know how much of that is like real like engagement or versus, I don't know if they boost or whatever, who knows. So I, you know, like I said, they probably make like $100,000 or more just on AdSense, and the rest I don't think is making any money much, because they have the course, but the course is, you know, how much could they possibly make on the course? And I think they spend the money to put the studio together and all that stuff costs, and the employees to run it, even if they are a lower wage employee, more than they make less than they spend. And especially with all these other projects, like 25 NFT projects and this project and that project, I think it's all like passion projects. Like, they got money, they want to like do stuff, they want to play around in different spaces and feel like they're experts, and they just have got the money to do it. So they're like, I don't think they're profitable at all, personally.
Yeah, kind of a fall from grace from Quest, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like a rich guy, like, or even like someone, let's pretend like Quest was a inheritance payment from, you know, an oil baron or something, like his grandpa was an oil, like, yeah, you still might want to work, but the pressure's not there that you have to any longer, and you can just kind of fool around and see what happens, and, you know, use it as an excuse to get like Gary Vee to come to your studio and stuff. It's more about that and kind of fluffing your ego than any sort of profit margins, because the profit margin doesn't make sense based on what I see business wise.
Agreed. I also wanted to talk about this comment from Laura.
Yeah.
Because
totally agree.
I didn't get it either. I'm just like, why not just, she probably has an email address herself. Like, why not just call her?
Yeah. But again, like, even, okay, isn't that fucking ironic? The book that you're titling, Radical Confidence, My 10 Steps of Being Like a Boss Babe, the impetus of that was someone calling your husband to ask if it's cool that you do it. And when he asked you, you said, no one's going to want to buy it. Is that inspirational? They're trying to pin it as that, as if like, oh, wow, a year ago you had no self-confidence, and then you wrote this book, and now here you go, you got the confidence. It's like a coach becoming rich and selling that I'm rich because I sold coaching, and the reason that I'm rich is because I sold coaching. You know, like, that's the sales point, and also the reason why you have money. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you wrote the book, I'm really confident, and through writing the book I became confident. Huh?
Yeah, like Dean Graziosi.
Mm-hmm.
I was living in my car writing a book about how to be a millionaire.
Yes.
So, yeah, exactly. It's fake. It's fake. That's what it is, really.
Yeah. And I wonder, I don't know what, because she said, oh, no one will buy the book. And he said, well, that's not exactly what you said. What you said was far darker. Like, what could she have possibly said, and why aren't they sharing it? Like, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Ish. I'm intrigued in like a
I think she
negative
said,
way.
no, I think she said, oh, that's nice. And he said, no, what you said is darker. And then she said, it's because nobody would buy a book from me.
Yeah. And in a way, like, I feel bad because, like, you know, it sucks that you think that. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you're not an expert. You don't have any sort of insight other than your own life. So write an autobiography. Don't write a self-help book. You know?
I don't get why people who have nothing to say, I don't get why they write books. I don't get it. Like, it's just the fact that you'll see your name on a cover. Is that really all? Like, because
well, it gives you credibility. So then now when you go on a podcast, it's like the author of Radical Confidence. And she also founded Quest Nutrition from her floor, even though the website says otherwise. It's Lisa Bilyeu. Like, that gives you more of like a platform. I don't know.
But I know, yeah. Okay,
I guess.
I'm sure it does, but then it only gave her that because she already has a platform.
I know.
So it's kind of like a circle. Yeah. Yeah, it's
agreed.
It's not impressive. This is not a story of a success.
No, this is a story of like, and I agree with everyone saying like, there's some red flags in their relationship, and they also, and let me just bring up their Instagram or her Instagram again to show like they really are reaching Dave and Rachel levels of like being so confident in their relationship to give advice that they are, you know, they could definitely see a huge you're all fake kind of sentiment if they got divorced in the future, because it's quite they're quite confident in their abilities to be like, oh, the power couple. Okay, so a lot about the book. Oh, there's all of our favorites. There's Mel Robbins. There's Brendan Bouchard. I don't know who that is. Okay, where the frick? Maybe it's more on Tom's. Okay, my point is not being proven right now. They used to have a bunch. Oh, wait. Okay. They had this one that was like, they had this one post. It was like, they have the thing where it's like the written words and it's like 17 steps to being the best couple. And that was like viral for a while. But like these posts, you know, they're very much like,
oh my God, I hate the tech stuff. I don't know why. It's just so cringe.
Yeah. It's like, here's me and my husband. I think, okay, here's the fucking secret, everybody. Here it is. I'm going to dish it out real secretive for you. Once you have a shit ton of money, you kind of can let stuff roll off your back a little bit more. And if you look around and you go, you know, I'm pissed off at Tom today because he's an asshole. I'm going to go in the sauna and then get out and go to the other sauna and then swim in my infinity pool. You might feel better and you might just get over it, you know, like that thing that he said or the thing that she said. I think that's the key. Get like crazy rich so you never have to worry about money again, because every couple that is not rich fights about money probably. And then all your problems will be gone. That's the secret. Be rich.
And I do think it's something that he got a company off the ground like Quest. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, right now, he's not really doing, and now he's got the money and he's not really doing, he's not rivaling Disney. He's not. he's got a podcast on his channel, but that and every other YouTuber like us who don't have a studio, we're doing that.
I mean, you could say you own, you know, Camellia Kazan Productions, and that's the same that he owns it in the sense of he has a YouTube channel. Yeah. Now, what he's promising to do, and this is not, we haven't even covered this at all because it's more Tom than Lisa, but him and in the NFT space is getting to be big. He's got this huge project that's costing like millions of dollars to put together, and it could totally flop. It's like one of those NFT islands. I don't know if you've heard about those, what they are, but it's a lot of like, you know, you go, it's like hypothetical, like maybe in the future when Web3 exists in some sort of form of like VR, you go there and you have an avatar and you dress the avatar to be like Tom or something. I don't know. Oh, you can look at it.
Please don't. Please just don't.
It's a whole thing. So that's what he's trying to do. And he's saying like, oh, I'm going to be the next, you know, like celebrity in the NFT space. Like he interviewed Mark Cuban about NFTs, and you know, that's what he's trying to kind of move towards. But I don't know. Yeah, they put a lot, like they're showing off their relationship as if like they're rock solid and
and Laura is saying that they have a show called Relationship Theory, and I just looked it up, and yes. They do indeed.
Yes. So their theory is stay at home for 8 years and then join the company that your husband works at. That's one theory.
Yeah, they have a theory, all right.
Like, this is so. Can you imagine, like, any relationship you've been in the past? Can you imagine taking a photo like this with them, ever? Like you literally got a sign.
Oh my god, they would break up with me like just as I ask. They would not even let me finish the sentence.
I want to force Steven to take a picture with me and like give like the dumbest advice. Like always, I don't know, always blow your nose twice because you never know, it could be your last or something like completely off the wall and just like us kissing next to it. Like what? Because that's about as helpful.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, like that is radical confidence to write this on a big whiteboard and like sit next to your man and take a photo and be like, advice for the masses. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
It's very cringe, the whole picture thing. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why are you sitting there with a sign? It just makes so little sense in my brain.
She's got so
Imagine
many
just
signs.
going somewhere and be like, wait, I forgot the sign.
She loves
I need to go back to get the sign. And I don't get it.
Hello, homies.
Just write the words on the screen, on the picture.
I think she, because she has that artistic hand, I think she's writing these, actually, now that I'm looking at it again, I think she's writing them by hand. But I could be wrong.
Yeah.
It looks pretty nice. So, but like so many, like they really want it shareable. They want share, like shared content, which, you know, it's got 15,000 likes. So, you know.
Yeah. I don't know how they get these likes. I just don't know. I don't know who that audience is anymore.
They got interesting style too. Like I feel like fashion at a certain point, when you get so much money, it just becomes ugly. No offense.
Well, it's just becoming ugly because they don't know what to do with it. There's, you know.
She's also very thin. That's a whole separate thing, but she's very thin. My God. Like those shorts are like -0 shorts. You can tell with the Gucci belt, like tiny, tiny. She is short though, so.
Yeah, I'm personally not a big fan of her fashion style at all.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's not, I don't know. I feel like you could do so much more with the kind of money she has.
She's got I like how there's like someone behind her. It's like, block your ass. Let me put my sign up.
This is only for me. Nobody else can be in this. Me and my husband, Tommy.
Me and my husband, Thomason. Ooh. See, this is what she needs to post, in my opinion. That is talented. She's artistic. That's an inspirational story. Cool. Like she said,
that is cool.
Yeah, she held her pencil wrong, and they told her that she had to fix how she held her pencil, but that's how she draws that well. Like that, I'm down with. How she went from housewife to, you know, employee, I'm not impressed by. But that, I'm like, damn, girl, that's awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. That she should post more of that instead of this BS.
Mm-hmm. Well, she said divorce is okay, so foreshadowing.
Yeah, starting strong with divorce.
Hating your husband is okay.
I have a game. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
So how many years would we give them? And this is not just for you, but also for people in the comments. So you guys, how many more years are we giving Lisa and Tom Bilyeu in terms of this relationship?
5.
5. Okay, we're starting strong with like a generous offer. Anyone else?
They'll start
is
commenting
like an
in like
auction.
5 minutes because it's delayed.
Oh damn, I forget. Yeah.
This is like MySpace signage where you hold it over your head. This is like, I think, also their house again.
Well, it's a nice house, I'll tell you. It looks great.
Can you imagine like spending your time though, honestly, like you have this giant ass house with all this luxury and you're like, you know what I want to do in it? I want to write a sign to get validation from other people. That's what I want to do. It's like, man, you made it. You just never post again. You don't need the internet. You made it.
I think it's like everything would be far. Like you want to get to the bedroom, you have like stairs or elevators to take. You want to, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think you'd still be confined to like a small space with like a couple of rooms, because otherwise you'd just be constantly going from one side of the house to the other, and that would take a lot of time.
Yeah.
Just walking.
Hello.
You get your 10,000 steps.
Get the servants to come over. Like, I need a Sony.
Yeah.
I'm seeing. Okay.
Okay. We have some offers. Go on.
3 years, 2 max. Depends when it started. It started in 2001, I believe.
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
So they've been married like 20, almost. Well,
they don't have
20
kids.
years.
So
no kids.
They do have a dog, or more like
They do?
Lisa has a dog.
She does?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know if I knew that. Yeah, no kids. No plan for kids. That's interesting.
Wait, why do I think she has a dog? Because I don't see any pictures of it. I feel like I've seen her with a dog.
All I've seen her is with a sign.
Is this like the Mandela effect? I'm just like imagining something and I'm so convinced it happened.
Her pets are pieces of white paper.
Yeah.
And sticky notes.
Maybe they have a golf cart. I love that.
Probably. Should we look at the house? I've seen enough of their marriage therapy session, I think, for today.
Yeah, we don't
I'm
need
over
that.
it. Okay. Let's look up the Tom Bilyeu's house. House. Okay. He bought, yes. Okay, here it is. Dirt.com, my favorite source of entertainment. All right, here's the view. I guess it already shows it. How many square feet? 20,000. Has 9 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms. Holy schmoly, that's a lot. Okay, that's the view.
Only 5 bedrooms?
Yeah.
In 20,000 feet?
Yeah.
That's not a lot of bedrooms.
That's true. I think he's got a lot of like co-working spaces, perhaps.
Oh yeah, because he probably has like 70 or 90% of the house dedicated to impact theory.
Yeah. Every room's a different theory, and they go through them every day. Try this one out. I mean, that's pretty nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
Looks like a layer. Reminds me of like Dr. Evil's lair. Like you're watching the city from above. But it's just her and him that live there, which is so weird to me. Like
that is so, yeah, it's kind of sad.
Sad, like emptiness, hollowness.
I feel like maybe they live with like their employees or something.
The convicts, the 40 convicts live in the basement or something?
Probably not.
This is where he does his Zoom calls. That's where I started to think, like, I've
great.
seen this before.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
That looks great, though. I'm pretty impressed with the design. It's very beautiful.
Very modern. That's interesting. That's cool. Dark. That's the bathtub in the floor.
Yeah, why? Like, good point, Elizabeth. Why don't they have like Lisa's paintings or drawings all over, like on all the walls or something?
Yeah, good point. Is Tom like a secret, like controlling mean man that has the guise of a supportive husband?
He for sure is controlling. Like, who else can succeed in business? Think of that.
Yeah. And they think they're
Success
so
is not
amazing.
for the good-hearted.
Yeah, true.
Not that kind, at least, Like, he must have some sort of control issues. Like, otherwise, like,
If he can't lose
why
a
would
pool
he-
without freaking out, I mean, that's kind
yeah,
of a
exactly.
indication.
And you could see even in the way she talked to him, like, she seems like before, and I wanted to say it before, but I think we moved the conversation forward and I forgot. But she said something like, "Oh, it was 8 years, and you didn't even know." Like, she was not comfortable to tell him how she
Yeah.
felt for 8 years.
And
8
she'll be quick
years.
to like excuse it and go, well, no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And then, but is that the case, or does she know that he's going to get mad? Like if she tells the truth.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I definitely think that he is. Like, I think she's tiptoeing.
Let's see. Let's read this just for a second because I think it gave some info. This is from 2019. So he was already out of Quest for 3 years at this point. Okay, although it's been mirrored in a widely reported sales slump for years now, perhaps the Hollywood Hills neighborhood is finally coming back in vogue. Last week, a brand new home perched high above the legendary Sunset Strip sold for $35.5 million, the biggest area deal since 2012. And it's rumored there's an even bigger transaction going down in the nearby Bird Streets, where a billionaire buyer is currently in escrow on 2 side-by-side mansions. Okay, the 35.5 million mansion buyer who took title via an LLC. Oh, so this is like fully write off. This is their, okay.
It's owned by the company.
Oh, okay. Oh, so this house is in jeopardy if this NFT bullshit does not go through. Okay, my theory remains. Okay, the took title via an LLC are Tom and Lisa Bilyeu, the married co-founders of City of Industry. What's that? Oh, is that like a place? California-based Quest Nutrition. Though it's a full-service food company selling protein powder, pasta, cookies, chips, and more, Quest is best known for its trademark protein bars, blah, blah, blah. 4 months ago, Quest Nutrition was sold in a $1 billion deal to the makers of Atkins bars, one of their leading competitors. While the Bilyeus actually departed Quest in 2016, they reportedly retained a substantial chunk of Quest's equity until its recent acquisition. So he was out day to day, but still owned. So that tracks. For the last 3 years, the Bilyeus have invested their time into Impact Theory, their podcast and interview show that's part motivational, part entertainment. They've done hundreds of episodes and built a brand with substantial name recognition. Tom Bilyeu himself now sports more than 1.2 million Instagram followers. Okay, it dwarfs the neighbors and clings to the treacherously steep hillside. It was designed by South Africa-based architecture firm Sayota, and it was for property developer Jeff Thomas, who subsequently threw every residential bell and whistle known to mankind into the house. The estate looms high above the street, and the steep driveway ascends past massive gates before summiting at a spacious motor court. From there, an almost otherworldly huge front door swings into a foyer that's reminiscent of a boutique resort hotel lobby with water features and an indoor courtyard filled with tropical plants. Custom bespoke finishes and amenities include, but are hardly limited to, a 12-foot indoor waterfall, an all-glass elevator, an auto gallery with space for 10-plus exotic vehicles, and a wellness center with hot and cold plunge spas, massage room, indoor-outdoor gym, sauna, and steam shower. There's also a curated walk-in wine closet, movie theater, rooftop deck with fire pit, and a 163-foot wraparound swimming pool. The master suite includes its own private terrace and rockstar-worthy 270-degree view suite from the San Gabriel Mountains. Okay? Before moving to Hollywood Hills, the Bilyeus bunked up in the mountains high above Beverly Hills in a large mansion set on an iconic world-famous street. That Tuscan village-style structure, while stylistically the polar opposite of their new house, is also huge. It's 11,000 square feet living space and has a motor court for 25 cars, sports court, pool with cabana, and extensive hillside gardens. The couple acquired the property for $8.25 million in 2015. So they got some money, basically is what that means. Whew. Interesting. Thoughts? Oh, wait, you're muted. You're muted.
Imagine having that kind of money. It's just insanity to me.
It's weird that, I don't know. I struggle, like, you know, making like $100. I'm like, but someone else doesn't have $100. Like, am I okay with this? Like, should I repent in some way? And then people like this have like so much, and it's like, psh, I need more. I need more. It's weird. I don't know how to feel about it.
I have the same thing, and I sabotaged stuff a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah. I just have a feeling that, you know, like they say, like people with money, you know, celebrities, sports stars, like musicians, they have more money than Tom, and then they go broke because they're not their next business. I mean, he's young. He's only in his 40s. Like, unless you invest it completely correctly, it doesn't mean that you won't be back to square one at some point.
Yeah, lots of people have. I think it's a big expense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is cheap to hold. You know, it's the kind of, it's not, and it's not just the house, but in general, like probably their lifestyle is extremely expensive, and it's not. It's very annoying. It's very annoying, I'll tell you, because like, I don't know. At least, I guess for me, it's just more like annoying because I feel like I really would love to make a living wage from YouTube.
Yeah.
And then
same.
there's someone like Lisa, and her husband just keeps giving her shout outs, and then she doesn't even need the living wage. It's like,
life's not fair, man. But you got to remember, like, look at how they talk. Like that, to me, they're living in a denial state. I don't know. I just feel like that's why I think they can never, these self-help people and celebrities too probably deal with it, that they feel like they've accomplished all of this, yet they still feel unfulfilled. And it's like, that must be hard to grapple with.
I know, I would like to try that feeling.
Like,
Let me get there.
Yeah,
Let me get there, and I'll tell you how it feels to be unfulfilled from there.
Okay, deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
2 weeks.
Yeah, just like I want a house. Like I don't want, like, you know, I don't have to have a motor court, whatever that is. But you know, a car would be
like
nice. House.
Or like an indoor waterfall. You don't want.
Yeah,
you don't
I
want
don't
that.
care. I don't care about that. It's like more stuff to clean, like you said. But like, why do I feel guilty? Let's talk this. Let me continue my therapy session from this morning. Cam, why do you think I feel guilty for like making $100? Like, what is wrong with me? Why do I feel that way?
Okay. So I think because I've experienced this feeling, and I think it's not necessarily about the money itself, because the money, it's not a lot, and I've never really made like that much money as to be like upset or something, to feel like I'm scamming people or whatever. But I think we're like hyper aware of what money is and what it means, and I think we're like overly grateful for anything. Really. I think in Scotland, I felt like I was just so overly grateful any time they would pay me more like than the minimum wage. I'm like, it's just more than the minimum wage, but that's not, you know, like the minimum wage is the minimum.
Yeah.
And I would be like, wow, I got more than the minimum. Like, wow, I should just thank the universe, whatever, I don't know.
Buddha.
I think we're just hyper aware. I think maybe I think that's what it is. I think we're just very, very aware of what it means not to have the money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a, I think because, and the funny thing that I found is like, because I'm kind of glad in a way that Lisa brought it up about gratitude not working sometimes, like just being like you're almost gaslighting yourself in gratitude. Because like you said, like the most times I've been grateful for something is like when I accept a salary that's, you know, what they offer. Being grateful to me is going, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, I will take it. But then in the same breath, it's like the same guru will tell you like, oh no, negotiate your salary higher. It's like, well, how can I be grateful and negotiate my salary? To me, those things are, you know, mutually exclusive or not mutually exclusive. Like you can't argue for more money and then also be grateful for it at the same time, I guess, perhaps, or that's my interpretation of it. And so when I was listening to like self-help advice, it felt like I was very disconnected from the part about wanting more. I was very much connected to the just be thankful that you're not, you know, homeless on the street and all those things. But then I feel like now I have guilt about it. Like, oh, I'm not homeless, so I should just never ask for anything else or never want for more. And then I feel guilty when I do want more.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. I had a period of, I think, and something that I've grappled with. Like, thank you for this therapy session, Kayla, by the way.
Thank you.
But I was thinking about it recently, and it's like, I think I had a period of also kind of buying into the self-help stuff and just being really ambitious and whatever. And then now I'm kind of like, not that I'm not ambitious, but I'm just a lot more realistic. And I've almost kind of lost that hope almost. So hopefully it comes back though. But I don't think that it's that you either believe in self-help. You don't have to believe in self-help to be ambitious or successful. And
yeah.
I think in fact maybe it's that gratitude part, because like I think the gratitude part is really messing with people,
Yeah.
because like there is no way to just be grateful when you're barely getting by. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're constantly grateful just because you got by, then it puts you in a, you're just getting by. You know, you're barely like, and I think that's what it is probably. I don't know.
Is there maybe, like, I know that some people are apprehensive to get too many words with like toxic, like adding toxic to it, but I really do wonder if there is a level of like toxic gratitude. Like I've been hearing about toxic vulnerability, and I find it to be pretty a good description of what I think it is, where you overshare to try to manipulate people's feelings into buying something or into, you know, like, oh, you have this disorder, this disease. Me too. I solved it by, you know, Herbalife. Like you should, like that to me is like toxic vulnerability, like sharing your story with an end game to try to sell it against it. But I feel the same way about like gratitude, you know, like toxic gratitude. Like if anyone says like, well, how come Rachel Hollis is allowed to have a dream to like be a multimillionaire, you know, trillionaire, whatever, but then she'll tell you, just be grateful, write how grateful you are for what you already have. And it's like,
yeah,
how can you go out and want to sell more? Why don't you be grateful? It just seems confusing. Not confusing.
Yeah.
It seems like it's bullshit. Like gratitude is bullshit in a way.
And I think Marie Forleo said it a lot of times in that way. Like, I can be grateful for where I am and still want, you know, and still have ambitions or whatever. And
but can you though? Can you really? I don't think so.
I don't think you can. I think it's BS.
Yeah. So I don't know what to do with that. That's what I say to in therapy a lot. I'm like, okay, yeah, I hear you. Don't know what to do with that, how to process that any further. And maybe that's the key. It's like, maybe we should all be ungrateful, because I think honestly, people who are successful are ungrateful, which makes them successful. And the fact that we've taken the advice to be grateful has hindered our success and our power in the world.
I want to, I don't know if I should tell this story, but Okay, I'll just tell the story. But basically, somebody messaged me, and they told me they went through a breakup recently, and they asked, because I also went through a breakup a year ago, and they asked if I had some advice. So I just replied to the message, and I was like, these are the five things, or four or five things that I would suggest that, I was saying things like, make sure you have your friends around you because this is a tough time, that kind of stuff, like just my advice, I guess, from what I went through. And you and I don't want to expose the person in this video.
You froze
am
a little
I
bit. You're
stuck?
okay now. You're back.
Am I frozen again?
You were.
Okay. So basically I responded, and she was like, thank you so much. And she said she had emailed another YouTuber who also went through something like that. And that YouTuber said, I've added a fifth here if you want to have a chat.
On her Patreon?
Yeah.
Oh, yikes. Interesting.
So not only did she not give her any advice, but also was going to charge her to talk about this to a person who it's a difficult time.
Yeah. Well, that's where I get confused too, because that, like, if someone were to ask me something, and I had the time for it, and I often do, like, people DM me on Instagram and we talk about things about, Rachel or whatever, and I'm not going to say, like, I'll give you all of my time and all of my effort, but, if I have the chance, there's never like, oh, go message me through this pay for app. But, I wonder if that makes her, the other YouTuber, smarter. Like, she's a more business savvy person than you are. So does that make her better in some way, or her like ability to separate, like, well, I don't know this person, so they like the way that, like, I know a lot of the boss babe business people are like, their argument for hawking MLM products is like, you should get money for telling your friend, recommending products to your friends. Why wouldn't you want to get a couple bucks, for recommending good products to friends? It's like, because I don't care about that. Like, I want to recommend something as like a nice person. But because we live in this capitalistic world, it's like almost like, well, maybe that is the way to like make it, like, to give your advice, like, you should be charging for it. Because that's what people have told me, but it's always felt so wrong. Because I always feel the way you feel. Where, like, if someone asks me, hey, how did you get past this? I want to be like, yeah, this is what I did. As opposed to like, here's a link to my book that's $18 stinking. It's going to change your life. But those people also are the ones who have political power, who have mansions, who have the ability to spend this time to write books, to gain their audience and all that stuff. So are we the ones sabotaging ourselves in a way by trying to be nice at this one-on-one level? And then we're actually losing the war. Like, you win the battle, lose the war in the end, because...
But I'll tell you though, because that YouTuber is canceled. So I don't know.
Interesting. Oh, I want to know who it is. You got to tell me later.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I don't want to expose them just because,
Yeah, sure. I understand.
I don't want to drama. But basically, I think people can see through that. And when people are like, I think when, and this wasn't like a conversation that we had before, so that I knew. This person only told me after we had already spoken and stuff. But basically, I don't know. I think people can see through that, and I think in the end, like, I would have never felt comfortable to charge someone just to say,
not like for that,
like,
yeah, for
my
sure.
basic ass advice, because I'm not a therapist or something.
Sure.
Like, I can only say, like, this helped me and that's it. But
yeah,
basically, I saw Maddie's comment. She's getting divorced and I should drop the tips. Like, I'm so sorry you're going through that. Basically, my advice was, let me just, why don't I just read it? Because I had like, I hope I didn't say anything problematic in there. Probably not. Let me just find the message and I'll read it. Okay. So I think I said the number one was just basically be really kind to yourself.
That's good.
Okay. So number one, I said be super kind with yourself. It's so difficult. Cry when you need to. Relationship ending is probably the hardest thing I ever went through. And number two was gather your friends around. Go meet them even when you don't feel like it. Number three was unfollow the person from all platforms because it hurts to see them.
Unfollow
And
me.
number four, exactly, unfollow them. And I said, give yourself time and hope, and keep the hope. Basically, depending how you see hookups, like for me, it helped to go on dates and see that there's other men out there and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. No, cancel. You're canceled. For sure. I just kidding.
So yeah, basically, but I think it was shocking to me to find out that this person just created a $50 Patreon tier for that. Like, somebody asks you and they're going through something and your response is pay me and I'll tell you.
Yeah. But then again, I wonder, because I'm like, okay, well, then the argument is like, well, it is your time. It's your, your insight. Don't take stuff for free.
No to what Emily asked. No, their channel is similar to mine, or it's kind of a commentary type.
Okay. I was curious about that too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, like, I feel the same way you feel. I'm trying to play devil's advocate because I'm trying to understand, like, am I seeing this wrong? Because I know I have a problem with, like, accepting money or charging money correctly, and I end up feeling really bad about it all the time. And I'm like, what is going on? So I'm trying to kind of come to my own conclusion. So I'm trying to think, like, well, maybe I'm just totally wrong about this. Because my initial reaction is like, yes, of course, give your time. But then one time, somebody asked me for help with some tech stuff. And I started to, and she said, like, hey, I just have a question about, or I want to hire you to, like, teach me how to do this. And I was like, okay, yeah, so this is how it works. She goes, no, don't tell me. Let me pay you. And I'm like, I was like, not weirded out by it. I was like grateful, but I'm also like, oh, am I making a mistake here? Like, am I too open and, like, just willing to help, like, strangers? Like, is that weird? Like, am I actually, like, crazy? Just, am I attention seeking? Like, I actually should make it more professional than I do. So I don't know. It's like, I think there's so much wrapped up into it. And I told my therapist, I was like, I think my issue is, and I don't know how to, the problem is I don't know how to get past it, but I think my issue comes from my parents fought a lot about money over $25, $50. Like, so those little amounts would have made my childhood easier. Maybe it wouldn't have, maybe they would have fought about other things. But in my mind, I was like, if we just had an extra $100 a week, like, the calm would have been there. Like, the relationships of mom and dad and me would have been, like, better. So the fact that someone could go, throw away $100 to me is like, oh my God, that could have changed our life. And maybe that's true, maybe that's not. But that's, I think, where it comes from, where I start to panic of, like, I'm taking away this person's $100. Their family might suffer because of it, which is irrational.
Yeah.
But that's how I start to, like, talk myself down and go, I'll just do it for free. I'll pay you to let me help you.
I don't even think it's like, for me, it's not even like, I don't even consider paying. Like, if somebody asks, I will just tell them. Like, it doesn't even occur to me that I could, like, charge for whatever it is. And sometimes, yeah, you're right. And sometimes it's very weird because, like, I think it hurts me financially, and it's, yeah, it's I don't have a problem negotiating, like, with companies, with, like, when I have a job offer, for example, in a particular, I don't have a problem when it's a corporation. If it's a small company, and this is why I probably will never work for a small company again, because I'm like, no, don't give me that much money and keep it to yours. Yeah. But when it's corporations, I'm like, fuck this shit. No, they kind of, they are probably doing so much damage to this planet. So, with corporations, I feel okay.
Yeah. Me too. I think
That
like the
seems-
smaller, the more
I hate
personal it
working for
is.
them.
Yeah, the more personal you get, the harder it is to charge more, because you see like, oh, the sacrifice they're making to bring you on or whatever. But it's not like that's it's. I don't know what guru to go to. None, I guess. I don't like to follow anyone, but I don't know what a good resource is other than just like, I'm talking about it in therapy. I'm trying to rationalize it when situations come up, but I'm telling you, this is one of the big struggles in my day-to-day life, is feeling worthy, because I also apply a lot of worth to money, and it's like feeling like I'm worthy even though I'm trying to grow and get more money, but also not be too money hungry, but also be helpful and not charge people. It's like so much effort, and like why can like Tom just make 40 million and not fucking bat an eye about it, but I'm like just racking my brain trying to like justify $40. Like, such a weird world we live in.
Yeah, yeah. I think the people who succeed, I guess, like if I could say that, are people who don't have any sort of shame associated with charging a lot of money, and they feel like whatever it is that those people are willing to offer, they are worth it, and that's it, and that's that on that, and they don't question it, or if they do question it, they don't let it impact the way they're thinking about it. But I relate a lot more to your story than I relate to those people. So I think for me, what I think would be the solution, but that's kind of difficult to execute on it, would be just to kind of have a minimum and be like, nothing beyond this, nothing below this, or like, because like you do need a minimum to like live a life. So it's kind of,
Yeah.
at least that, just kind of get that bare minimum. And
Yeah. And I'm trying, I am. And I'm lucky. I'm like Lisa in this sense of like, the pressure's not really on me at this moment, because, Steven has a consistent job. He's not worried. We live way below, our means together. And like, we could try to like buy all the stuff, but we like rent, and we have, we split a car. And so there's lots of things that we do to keep costs low. So I don't have that like, I have to produce money immediately or I'm going to be on the streets. But I've also had that fear, and it totally be irrational too. I'm like, I have a college degree, I have equipment, I have stuff, but I still can get myself into that mode of like, if I'm going to be homeless, that's my fate. Like, it's so weird. It's so, I'm telling you.
No, oh my
yeah.
God, no. Hold on a minute, because right now, this isn't just about you. You also have to think about us. And I don't mean just me, but like all your people watching you. Like right now, you have to be self-protective for us, at least. Don't go on the streets. You'll not be able to make videos.
I know. That's the thing. Like, I have everything. I am grateful, but then I still fear. I don't know. It's irrational. I know it is. And now I'm just getting into my whole, like, this is like my therapy sessions where I'm like, I know, I hear you. It's not rational, but why does my brain, like, as soon as I start to go down that path of like, like someone goes, okay, what's your prices? And immediately the rabbit hole, I'm like, I'm going to be homeless. Like, it goes from like, that's the question of what do I charge, goes to, well, you're an idiot and you're going to be homeless within 6 months. Like, that's my mindset. I don't know. I wish I had the answers.
I unfortunately relate so fucking hard.
Really? Okay. I'm not grateful for that, but I'm glad.
I think one thing that we need to remember, which is what if we, like, it doesn't occur to me, but one thing that I do, for example, if I had a conversation at one point with a YouTuber about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and she was telling me like, how she was tagging her videos and all those kind of things. And I paid her for that. I wanted to pay her for that. And I felt like she deserves the money, so I felt like what she gave me was worth the money that I gave her. And I think had she not accepted the payment, I probably would have liked it from a perspective of like, okay, I have £100 more, but I would have been just a little uncomfortable with like, because like she doesn't know me, why would she, like why would you teach me all these things for free? Like, I would have not felt comfortable. So I do think of that as well sometimes. Like, and that's something that, as much as I've criticized Marie Forleo, she also has talked about this before, where she has said that people, when they pay for something, they feel more like kind of motivated to like execute on what it is that they paid. And I do think there's some truth to that. Like, if I get a book for free, I just don't read it.
Or college, if you didn't have to pay, be like, I could just skip class, or I don't need to go. Yeah, you feel a bit more like, okay, invested, literally.
Except with the gym, which
I know.
More recently, I've been going to the gym a lot. But before, I used to have like a gym membership and never go, like ever. But right now I go. So, but you feel more like, oh, I'm putting my money into this, so I should probably try this,
Well, I wonder, and I haven't brought this up yet, and I don't know exactly, again, what to do with it now that I've had the thought, but it's like, do I have like a savior complex? Because sometimes I'm like, during my channel, and the overarching theme is like, help people see the truth, and I care about that a lot, like, don't pay money to this stupid guru, like they're gonna rip you off. And it's like, why do I care what someone spends their money on? Why is it so important for me to like
because we've been there?
I know, but like, I'm like, has it passed a point of healthiness? It's like, I'm so afraid of making money, yet because I don't want to like take someone else's stuff away. Is that just a reflection of how I feel about myself, that others deserve more? Like, we could go way down this like psychologically.
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. It probably is a reflection, and unfortunately, we all have our own self-confidence issues. But it's definitely like, that's exactly what it is. And I think it's workable. I think it's even if it isn't workable, like it needs to be solved at least, because like I think in both our cases, we really want to. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, the content I put out, I put effort into it. I work on it. I do deep dives and research that most people on YouTube don't. I'll be honest. Like I don't know if, aside from people who are super successful, who have like researchers and teams or whatever, I don't know if anyone would like go ahead and read like 2 books from one author only for that to be a 5-minute segment in a video or something like that. And I feel like sometimes I do get frustrated. At least more recently, I've been like, I got frustrated with that, the fact that there wasn't the payoff, or not enough of a payoff in terms of, this is how much time and effort I put into this, and then nothing came out of it. Or that happened with the Johnny Depp video, and I got so annoyed because I worked so long on that one. And
yeah, that's a fear of mine too, is like spending too much time and wasting the time, even though I might like it, it doesn't do well value. I'm like, oh, like, my per hour rate on that was very low. Like, don't make that mistake again. But you might be close to something, and so it's like giving up on like a higher standard of a product doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I'm going to spend less time in the next one and that's going to work out better. It's finding the balance, unfortunately. It's like everything in life is finding the balance. And this comment too from Emily. Thank you, Emily, by the way, for like being like the therapist in here. Like, you can do it, guys. No, you guys are worth it. I do appreciate it. But I think
me too.
This is one that's come up a few times for me in therapy too. It's like, not to now talk about my mother, but as every therapy session deals with my mother, that, my mom a lot of times would ask me to do favors for her for work. Like, hey, like, my mom's like in her 60s. So she's like, I don't know how to do this computer thing. Can you just like make this PowerPoint for me for work? Come on. Like, you know how to do it so fast. And I would do it, and I would do it, and I would do it a million times over. But, a lot of my time wasn't valuable. Like, she was like, just spend all day on it. I don't care how long you spend. So I just got used to like no, you're obligated. People who love you expect you to do things for them for free, and as long as it takes, that's what you do. And I think I'm not that I think my fans or people love me or whatever, like in that like real way, but I feel like I'm almost searching for like validation, like, oh, I'll do this for free so that you continue to like me in a way, which is unhealthy, obviously, and something I need to deal with. So this is my confession hour. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think it's a, we do, like, the one thing that does make me feel better is, like, I post my content on YouTube, aside from, like, my Patreon, but that is more, like, just because I don't feel comfortable sharing my personal life on, you know, other platforms, because I just don't want like random strangers to come and like opinionate on this. Like, at least on Patreon, I know that these people like care about me and they're supporting me and stuff, and I feel comfortable sharing with them. But like, you know, I feel when it's like personal stuff, it's very hurtful if somebody says things, and I just don't want to be in that situation. But what does make me feel good is like the content that I do post on YouTube is free. Like, people don't have to pay for it. There's ads that are posted on it by YouTube, and I get a cut of that. But at the end of the day, those people who need it, they can come across it for free, and I'm not charging them $3,997 for that. You know, like, I feel good about that because I think it reaches the people that, or at least even if it doesn't, like the people that do need it, they can access it. And that does help.
Yeah,
that does help. But I think what we both need is probably to have some sort of a filter, like, or not filter, like the opposite of a filter. Yeah, an exorcism.
I think that's in order. Just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think what you're saying is right. And it's one of those things where it's like, you know, sometimes I feel like I don't want to bring up something until there's a solution. But like, that's exactly what I criticize scammers or gurus for, that they always are working in the past. Like, oh, my past issue from last week. Oh, my past issue from, you know, whatever. I've solved it. Now I'm ready to talk about it.
From before this stream.
Yeah. Like my issue from before I went to the bathroom, you know, now it's changed.
I've learned from it.
I've changed. I've learned. I've grown.
I'm a different person.
I've done the hard work is over. I've completed my cycle. Yeah. You know, so I feel like it's one of those things where I don't have a solution and it's nuanced and there's like a bunch of reasons or ways it could be solved. And it's like, okay, I'm in the middle of it. So this is like how it feels when you're kind of dealing with it. Not that I'm a guru, but, you know, I think it's important to kind of be honest about where I'm at in life, I suppose.
Yeah, of course. And I think it's probably we're not the only people going through this stuff. I would find it rather shocking if we were the only people who were having these thoughts and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So hopefully people can understand and not judge us extremely harsh.
Yeah. That's okay.
What's up, homie?
What's up, homies? I need to cut.
You only dropped in at the, like, she just dropped in at the most deep moment.
So
that
that's
has nothing
when I
to do with the subject.
Yeah, that's when I discovered
Oh, hi, Z. How are you?
What up, homie?
What up, homie?
What up, homie?
Yeah.
What up, homie?
I haven't even cut that yet, but it's like perfectly right there for me.
Yeah. Man, what a session today. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
What did we learn?
We learned that Lisa is not inspirational, and she probably might never be.
Lisa,
she still has time to be inspirational.
Let's set the count. Yeah, let's set the countdown clock for 5 years and see. We'll check in on them and see how their divorce proceedings are going.
I'm more on the 3-year side with the people in the audience, because I feel like I don't know. It's not their business is not like working like Quest was working.
Yeah, I think he might pull a Gary V. Like, all of a sudden, Lisa's gone. her channel's gone, and then there's like some new Instagram influencer that pops up on his channel all of a sudden, like, hey, nothing happened. This is my new girlfriend. This is Anna Kournikova from Instagram.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, yeah. That would be... How much... Okay, here's another question. How much are we giving Gary and Mona?
Are they even still together? I feel like that's already over.
They are, yeah. I checked recently because I wanted to see.
They're still together?
Yeah.
Oh. I give it a year max, not even.
A year. Let's give them a year. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have confidence in their relationship.
I think it would be lower. Lower? No, less time. Less time than a year. I feel like a year is... It's a bit long, but
yeah.
They probably don't spend any time together. They're like always like apart. I don't know.
Yeah, actual hours spent together. They probably will spend a total of 12 hours together over the course of a year, and then break up after that and go, okay. Because they travel so much. At least he does. Constantly.
Oh, good question from Emily. Are we putting them on the pyramid?
Shit. Yes. Okay, hold on. Stand by. I'll bring it up. Put this in real time. I also need to put Brene on here, but we're gonna move. We'll just do the whole thing because I've been neglectful of their pyramid, our downline. Yeah, I didn't move Brene. Okay, Lisa, where are you, Lisa?
Okay. Oh,
look what I found. Look what I brought. I didn't do anything with it, but uploaded it for some reason to Canva. 7.
We can put the pyramid in heaven.
Okay, good. Yeah, we started watching, like, I put on the pilot episode the other day because I told you it's on Hulu, 7th Heaven. It's just like I remember it. Very wholesome.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah. Well, the actor, the dad, is, horrible in real life, so it's hard to watch knowing that.
Yeah.
But the show itself is good. Okay, Brene. Everyone loves Brene. We heard your comments. Everyone loves Brene. Leave Brene alone.
We have heard your comments, indeed.
Leave Brene alone.
And we don't disagree. We don't disagree. We don't hate Brene.
Speak for yourself. I'm just kidding. No, she's not bad. She's one of the best. I don't know enough. I need to research more before I can.
I think I like that she's funny. At least I find her funny.
Yeah. Okay, what about Megan and Machine Gun Kelly? Are we leaving them at the bottom? Are they Brene level or are they above? I think they're below. I think they're there. I think they should stay on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're just kind of weird. They don't really.
They're just a bit bizarre.
Yeah, they're not selling courses yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Radical confidence.
It's rad. One funny thing about the interview that she gave Dave today was that she's like, have you ever seen that movie where the animal goes squirrel and keeps, getting caught off guard? Like, that's so bad. That you really need to do, like, meditations to get out of that mindset. That's how our brains work and blah, blah, blah. Not knowing that Heidi literally based her entire company based on the squirrel, being a squirrel and how cute that is. Squirrel Squad. It was very awkward because he just didn't say anything. It was weird. Are you putting her with Rhonda? Is that a fair spot?
Yeah.
How do we feel about that, everybody?
I feel like, okay, so I feel like she's not as scammy as others. But she's cringe with those freaking signs. Like,
yeah.
signs.
We should have went just through the signs. Yeah.
Oh my God. Thank you, Z, for the super chat. You didn't have to do that. Oh my God. I feel like we forced people into donating. Please don't, you guys.
Please don't, because we will never sleep tonight if you do. But thank you very much.
We just meet once a week over here. This is our therapy session. or like pal time, literally.
This is my third therapy of the week. Okay, wait. This is me and Cam.
I'm all about getting a free ride.
Yeah.
That's us.
Totally.
We're free. We want free rides, but we don't want you to pay us.
It is 18 American dollars.
It's not even short of $18. It's like spot on $18, right?
18 American or / stinking dollars. Here's one. This is how I feel.
I'm super freaking privileged.
But also I can't afford it.
But also, I am one bad decision away from homelessness at all times.
Oh man, we can't have you homeless. Kid.
I'm
Okay,
not. I'm in no way.
Guys,
I shouldn't even make fun of it.
We need to fix her.
I'm not even anywhere near that. It's a literal compulsion feeling that it's completely unwarranted in any based reality, and I'm aware of that. I just it's a true feeling that I do get sometimes. So I want to be honest.
Okay, but we need to make sure that you are comfortable enough not to have that feeling anymore, because we cannot have you gone from the internet. Sorry.
Yeah. I'll just dig
That's
a TikTok.
just not.
Be like my life on the road. That'll be my new account, and I'll just stream. I'll have no equipment. I'll just stream from a phone.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna have that. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it, and I realize it's crazy.
So here's what we need to do. We need to just like give our decision-making power to someone else. To be like, I can give it to my sister and be like, you decide. you decide. How much should I charge this sponsorship? No, I don't think she would know, because she doesn't have any idea of what YouTube is.
1 million yen?
Yeah, she would be like 300,000.
I know, charge your worth. Okay, 1 million. That's too much. It's like, okay, well, then that advice is stupid. Thank you.
Yeah.
Priceless, baby.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. This has been a blast today. I really enjoyed it.
Me too. Me as well. I think I learned a lot. There's definitely much more to talk about in the Bilyeu universe.
We should have Tom at some point.
Definitely. Yeah, we definitely need. There's a whole section about Tom, about him as a leader of Quest. We can go through the job exit interviews. We can talk about his Project Kaizen, it's called. That's his new project. It's like a whole thing.
Does he think he's like the Secret Services or something? Why did he come up with that name?
It's supposed to mean like constantly fixing yourself in Japanese.
Oh.
Constant improvement.
Oh man.
He's a guy, this is my take on Tom. He's a guy that was bullied for his looks because he's a little, quirky looking, perhaps in high school. And this is his way of like showing the haters that, he has all the answers, but has taken it to the extreme level of, having this company to do it. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's called short dick syndrome.
Possibly.
Thank you. Oh, do you think they're gonna strike us now? Oh my god, I shouldn't manifest this. Manifesting striking. No,
Woman
no.
Fest. We're calling it Woman Fest.
Woman festing.
We are the lowly woman. Okay.
That wasn't nice.
That was nice, Dave. All right.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Susie, thank you. Is that a super chat?
Thank you, Susie.
That is sweet. I feel like we've coerced people into this. I feel terrible.
This is our new grift. Making
$18 stinking dollars.
Thank you.
18 stinking dollars.
That's it, guys. That's all I'm asking for, begging for, making you feel bad for me.
Oh man.
No, I really don't. I'm totally 1000% totally stable. Mentally, not so much. financially stable.
I was thinking about this the other day. I went out last September, the last time I went out with a man.
Wow.
And I went out with a guy who was like mentally healthy.
Okay.
And that was an experience, I'll tell you. Because I would make my general jokes, you know, like, haha, we're all fucked, like, whatever. He would be like, what do you mean? Why would you say that? And I would be like, oh, because the world is so fucked, you know.
You've lived, right?
And he was like, oh, I'm so sorry that you're feeling like this. And I was like, okay, this is not gonna work.
I'm gonna see myself out now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He was way too stable for me. Like, that was just.
If you have to explain a joke, and I've definitely been on dates like that where you're like explaining a joke, it's over. You might as well just leave. Well, I said that
especially
because
a mental health joke.
I know.
Like, come on.
Yeah. God, one of the weird, not to like go totally off topic of leaving, but I went on a date one time in college and we went to a pizza place and I was like, I'm feeling in the mood for like just trying something new. Like, let's try something different, like different pizza. He's like, oh, like pepperoni? I'm like, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. I'm like,
pepperoni? You want pineapple on yours?
My God. And then we went for ice cream. I swear to God, this is not like a line or a joke that I'm trying to be funny. We went to get ice cream afterwards. He got vanilla ice cream. I was like, this is doubly never gonna work. Okay. Like vanilla? It was to be fair, it was a frozen yogurt place, but the vanilla frozen yogurt, there's like so many better options. Like French vanilla? Come on, get it in yellow at least.
Yeah. No, those relationships will not work. We're too broken for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not gonna work.
He wore a puka shell necklace too, and it was like 2013. I'm like, this is past. This trend is gone. So,
oh wow! Okay.
That was my fault for saying yes.
I was afraid that if I was gonna be with that guy, he would just literally like have me institutionalized. I was like, okay, he is not gonna. If he can't cope with a joke, imagine when I'm having a breakdown. Like, he's gonna call the police on me.
Mm-hmm. There needs to be just that little edge, just enough.
Yeah, they need to be broken enough.
Just a crack that you can.
Otherwise, I might break them, and I don't want that responsibility on my shoulders.
Yeah. Well, you know what Heidi has to say about this?
I am not emotionally stable.
Well, me neither, Heidi. Join the club.
And always remember,
it's okay to cry.
That is, I would agree with that. You guys, it's such a good release.
That is true. I do like a good cry every so often. Kitty.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to get on like a job interview or something and you're like in the middle of tears. Don't cry then. You gotta like sign into Zoom like, hi, yes, I am qualified. That's probably inappropriate.
The person, one of the people interviewing me today had an allergy, so she would wipe her tears. And I was like, for a second, I was like, oh, what happened?
I cried once during an interview. Worst experience ever. Like an in-person interview. And there's no leaving. I'm just like, this is the worst. I cannot wait to leave here. I'm not getting this job, obviously.
Oh gosh,
it was so bad. No. They're like, they were asking me, grilling me. I'm like, I'm not qualified for this, but I just had to sit there because they didn't like my answer, and I just started crying. I'm like, it was just not a good time in my life.
Oh God! Wow.
Anyways.
Yeah, no, that's bad. Don't cry on interviews.
Yeah.
I think that's a good rule of thumb.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I knew the rule. I was uncontrollable at that point. It wasn't hysterical, but it was definitely like, like that. I think I'm experienced. Oh my God. Like, shut up.
Yeah, I'm very good at what I do.
It was for a PR job. It was like, how would you build your contacts or something. How would you build your contacts in the press? I was like, yeah, I have a lot of experience. I worked in media before, and I could talk to they're like, no, we want national contacts. I'm like,
Well, I have an uncle in Nashville.
I'm like, I'm 22. I've only lived and worked here. I don't know. Leave me alone.
Wait, they were asking you for contacts?
Well, they're like, how would you build your network? Like to pitch they were like a tech company, like a tech, I don't know, like how to learn. It was like a tech coding company. And people would go there to learn how to code. And so how would I pitch this to NBC News National? And like, how would you build your contacts? And I guess the answer is like, develop a relationship via social media and, just send emails and be helpful. And I have, I've worked with people in these places, which was not true, but that's, I guess, what they wanted to hear. But the way that they responded when I said like, well, I have my local, I gave it like my all, like in that. And they were just like, no, I'm saying national contacts. I'm just like, just tears. Oh God. Well, I don't have an answer for that. So
I have international contacts, actually.
Yeah, they don't speak English though, so they can't take phone calls for confirmation. Sorry.
Like, you're thinking small. I'm thinking international.
I'm thinking our zip code and the next one.
Yeah.
Our county and maybe beyond the next county. Anyways.
I'm thinking Web 3. What about you?
Yeah, I'm thinking Web 5. I'm 5 steps ahead of everyone here.
Oh, yeah, totally.
3 is so 2025.
That is hilarious. I can't believe you've gone through that. It's just like, that's worse than any my interview. It makes me feel so good.
Great. I'm glad. I pass by the building sometimes and I'm like the horror of that experience lingers.
You show them the finger every time, like, ugh.
Yeah, and then they emailed me later and like a week later and was like, sorry, we moved on. I'm like, yeah, no fuck, like of course you moved on. I literally had a breakdown in the interview. Okay, thank you. Anyways.
Oh God. Well, I hope that my interview today was better than that. At least I didn't cry. Somebody cried. I don't know if the allergy was an excuse. So I hope that she cried for the fact that I was so good.
This woman is so unqualified. It's making me cry. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
Good times.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Yes.
This was so much fun.
That's our latest episode of Cringe-Fluencers. Join us next time when Cam will be choosing our next downline participant.
Yes.